Hello, good morning and welcome to 360 Sport on this station. 360 Sport is sponsored by Pt2, one of the biggest global brands that ensured that we enjoyed the 2026 FIFA World Cup. My name is Kufre Ekpe. The CCC on the MIC. The show returns for the very first time on this station after the culmination of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. Hope you enjoyed the FIFA World Cup in spite of the absence of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Today, reveal the winner of the Pt2 World Cup prediction challenge, especially the Pt2 leaderboard predictions. Just one winner. The top predictor will go home with a Samsung phone, courtesy of Pt2. My name is Kufre Ekpe. The CCC on the MIC. Stay with me as we kickstart the countdown to the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations now that the FIFA World Cup is over. It's time to shine the spotlight on women's football on the continent.
Last boss, oh, last boss. Enter with your change, oh.
Ah, driver, wait, oh. Today, you do fast now.
Boss, no feel leave us, Joe.
Make we bet.
Time no dey wait for person, oh. Now, why for Pt2? Everything are sharp. Play, cash out, and win big. Download the Pt2 app on Google Play or Apple Store, or visit pt2.ng to start playing. Only for persons above 18. Bet responsibly. Terms and conditions apply. Pt2.
Omo, tonight na my night, oh. I go clear the table. Red, black, red, 0. I don't crack the code. No jokes. But make I no lie for you, the only thing where you fit really crack na jokes. You dey play? Make we bet. If you like casino games and enjoyment, then make I tell you something wey go interest you. You fit win big on top Pt2 Casino, where enjoyment full ground. Pt2 give you access to over 5,000 exciting slot games on top Avatar plus mega jackpot every single day. Whether you be person wey just dey try your luck small or you just like the casino experience, Pt2 get varieties wey fit your style. Everything dey simple, smooth and entertaining. To start playing, just download the Pt2 app on top Google Play Store or Apple Store, or make you visit pt2.ng. E no hard at all, but make we make this one clear. Na strictly for persons 18 years and above. Please bet responsibly. No go carry wetin pass you. Terms and conditions apply. So remember, na enjoyment to the talk, na discipline we dey promote, and na premium casino experience Pt2 dey bring give you. Download today, play responsibly. Pt2.
Pt2, the game don't start.
360 Sports.
Welcome back from that break. Let's tell you that it's 5 days and a couple of hours to go before the commencement of the latest edition of the Women's Africa Cup of Nations that will take place in Morocco. Of course, your darling team, the Super Falcons of Nigeria. With regards to the camp update, there are now 21 of the 25 invited players in the camp of the 10-time African champions, the Super Falcons of Nigeria, in Casablanca, Morocco. And that Michel Alozie was suspected in camp last night. We saw him at the final of the 2026 FIFA World Cup in the USA. Hopefully she's in camp right now. But today, Deborah Abiodun, Gift Monday, and Folashade Jamilusi are expected to arrive in the camp of the Super Falcons later today. We wish them the very best as they continue to prepare to defend their title at the WAFCON and book a ticket, automatic ticket, that is to the 2027 FIFA Women's World Cup. Still talking about the Super Falcons, they will now take on the Twiga Stars of Tanzania after their planned pre-2026 WAFCON friendly against the Black Queens of Ghana was cancelled at the last minute. The match will serve as Nigeria's final warm-up before the tournament begins in Morocco on July 26th. That is 5 days from now. Tanzania have also confirmed the fixture as they prepare for their own WAFCON campaign. Of course, this friendly will give both the Nigerian and the Tanzanian teams valuable opportunity to test themselves just days before the start of Africa's biggest women's football competition. Let's remind you that the Super Falcons have been drawn in Group C alongside Malawi, Zambia, and Egypt. The opening match of this WAFCON will take place on July 28, 7 days from today, against Malawi in Rabat. All right, for now, that's it on the Super Falcons. Let's leave there to another national team, the Flying Eagles of Nigeria. The defending champions of the WAFUB Under 20 Championships have arrived in the capital of Cote d'Ivoire, Abidjan, for the 2026 edition of the competition. The players and the officials departed Nigeria on Monday to Abidjan and, of course, continued their journey to Yamoussoukro, the host city of the tournament. Abdul Maikaba's side will start the defense of their title against the Black Satellites of Ghana on July 27 and will battle the Junior Sparrowhawks of Togo in their second game 3 days later. The Flying Eagles will wrap up their Group B campaign against Young Stallions of Burkina Faso on August 2nd. The tournament will also serve as the qualifying competition for the 2027 Africa Under-20 Cup of Nations. And to the Super Eagles of Nigeria, they have retained their 26th position in the latest FIFA Men's World Rankings released on Monday, but slipped to 4th place among African nations following Egypt's impressive campaign at the competition. Eric Shell's side garnered 1,585.2 points to remain ahead of Turkey, Australia, Algeria, Canada, and Cote d'Ivoire, who occupied 27th, 28th, 29th, 30th, and 31st positions respectively in the global rankings. The Super Eagles have not featured in competitive action since June, when they suffered a 2-1 defeat to former European champions Portugal in an international friendly. Morocco retained their first position on the continent after getting to the quarterfinals of the World Cup. Senegal remain Africa's second-ranked nation despite dropping 3 places in the world rankings, while Algeria slipped 1 place globally but held on to 5th position on the continent. It's time to do the Naija Players Watch segment on 360 Sports. Let's start this segment by telling you Bob BK Hacken has signed Nigerian Super Falcons striker Joy Omewa from English club Nottingham Forest. Omewa joined Forest from Danish club Fortuna Horian in January, contributing 3 goals in 10 league appearances in the second half of the campaign to help them finish 7th in the table. Now that she's sorted out our club future, Omewa will now turn our attention to the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations with Nigeria. She's one of the 25 players Justin Madugu, coach of the Super Falcons, has invited for the competition. Super Eagles forward Akko Adams is set to become a Venezia player after the newly promoted Serie A club in Italy completed the final stages of negotiations with Sevilla. According to Transfer Market reports, Sevilla and Venezia have shaken hands over a major transfer package worth up to 23 million euros for the Nigerian forward. Akko Adams is expected to arrive in Italy today, where he will briefly stop in Venice before linking up with his new teammates at the club's pre-season training camp in Falcade on Thursday. A transfer to Fiorentina is off the table for Super Eagles striker Tolu Arokodare after the Italian Serie A club signed an Ivorian international to fill up their non-union quota. Fiorentina had made several bids for the 25-year-old, who himself was keen to move to Italy. The situation has meant Turkish giants Trabzonspor are now in with a chance of signing Arokodare. Genk of Belgium have reached an agreement with Italian club Pisa for the signing of Super Eagles striker Rafiu Durosimi. According to Transfer Market report, the deal is valued at 10.5 million euros plus performance-related bonuses, with Pisa also securing a 10% sell-on clause on any future transfer. The transfer will become the most lucrative sale in Pisa's history. The 23-year-old is now poised to embark on a new chapter of his career in Belgium, where he will link up with Genk ahead of the new season. And that's it on that segment. Let's quickly do other sports. We know that Team Nigeria are set for the Commonwealth Games this year. The first batch of Team Nigeria athletes and officials departed the pre-games training camp in Aberdeen, Scotland for the host city of Glasgow on Monday, with only 3 days remaining before the start of the 2026 Commonwealth Games. The second batch will move into the Games Village on Friday, July 24, joining teammates already on ground for the opening days of competition. The movement follows weeks of intense training and acclimatization in Aberdeen, where Team Nigeria has fine-tuned preparations for one of the Commonwealth's biggest events, with the National Sports Commission providing technical, medical, and welfare support to ensure the contingent arrives in Glasgow in peak condition. Team Nigeria's medal hopes have been boosted by strong recent continental and international form, headlined by world record holder Toby Amushon, who joined the Aberdeen camp last week after a consistent Diamond League campaign that has already secured her a place in the season-ending final in Brussels, Belgium. Amushon is targeting a third consecutive Commonwealth 100 meters hurdles title, having won gold in 2018 and 2022, and enters Glasgow as favorite after defending her African title earlier this year and clocking a season's best of 12.28 seconds on 3 occasions. Nigerian sprint sensation Koinsola Ajayi says he's staying grounded despite recording back-to-back victories in the Diamond League circuit over reigning world champion Oblique Seville. Ajayi extended his remarkable run of form by winning the men's 100 meters at the London Diamond League in 9.84 seconds, beating Seville for the second successive race after also finishing ahead of Jamaican at the Prefontaine Classic earlier this month. And rather than back bask in the latest triumph, Ajayi said he was pleased with his consistency and remains committed to the process that has seen him emerge as one of the world's fastest sprinters this season. The Nigerian has now run 9.84 seconds in 3 occasions this year, in addition to his wind-assisted 9.72 seconds at the NCAA Championships. His latest Diamond League success also provides Team Nigeria with a major boost ahead of the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, Scotland, where he's expected to spearhead the country's medal challenge in the sprint event.
Omo, tonight na my night. I go clear the table. Red, black, red, 0. I don't crack the code. No joke.
The only thing where you feel crack, now jokes.
They play.
Make we bet. Win big on Betano Casino. With more than 5,000 slots on Aviator and mega jackpots every day. Download the Betano app on Google Play or Apple Store, or visit betano.ng to start playing. Only for persons above 18. Bet responsibly. Terms and conditions apply. Betano.
360 Sports.
All right, welcome back to the show. It's time for us to bring you the Betano World Cup Prediction Challenge. We will be announcing the top predictor, the winner of the Star Grand Prize. But before we do that, the last time we brought to the show, we asked you a Betano merchandise question that where will the final of the 2026 World Cup take place? The answer, MetLife Stadium, New Jersey, New York. And of course, we got winners Jane Ozo from Enugu, Godwin Eyakene from Port Harcourt, and Victor Joseph also from Port Harcourt. Congratulations to you guys. You won yourself Betano merchandise souvenirs. And Betano leaderboard prediction. The feature game was the game between England and Argentina, one of the semi-final matches. We asked you to predict the scoreline at full time and also to predict the number of yellow cards in the game full time. Of course, we had told you that it was the last time we will be bringing you that before we announce the top predictor. As always, we had a lot of entries for yellow cards were issued in that one. And of course, Argentina came from a goal down to beat England by 2-1. These are the ones who got points. David Oyebuchi from Yenegua, Bayelsa State, got 10 points for predicting the number of yellow cards right. Justin Owenu from Imo State got 10 points for predicting the scoreline right in full time. Ibuchi Wodi from Port Harcourt got 20 points, 10 points each for predicting the scoreline as well as the number of yellow cards. Okereke Chimobi from Afam Oyibo in Rivers State got 10 points for predicting the scoreline right. Ifeanyi Marife got 10 points for predicting the number of. Prosper from Alaka here got 10 points for predicting the scoreline right. And Gloria Hiani Nze from Owerri, Imo State got 10 points for predicting the total number of yellow cards right. By the time we added those points on the leaderboard, now updated, let's inform you that the likes of Gloria Hiani Nze got 25 points. Ifeanyi Marife got 25 points. Sonny Yokori got 20 points. So also were Bertrand Topman Akujo, Liberty, Henry Ekine, and Ibuchi Wode all got 20 points each. But Christian Chibweze Umenwa with 30 points. He's the winner, the top predictor for the Port Harcourt Owerri zone of this Betano World Cup prediction, and has won for himself a Samsung phone courtesy of Betano. So congratulations to you, Christian Chiboeze Umenwa, for winning the Betano World Cup Prediction Challenge. The leaderboard says it all, 30 points for you, 5 points ahead of the likes of Gloria Iyayi Nze and Ifeanyi Marife. That was a close one. That's what you get when you are part of the beautiful game of football.
Last boss, oh, last boss. Enter with your change, oh. Ah, driver, wait, oh. Today, do fast now.
Boss, no fit leave us, Joe.
Make we bet.
Time no dey wait for person o. Na why for Betano everything na sharp sharp. Play, cash out and win big. Download the Betano app on Google Play or Apple Store, or visit betano.ng to start playing. Only for persons above 18. Bet responsibly. Terms and conditions apply. Betano.
And that's it on today's edition of 360 Sport, brought to you courtesy of Betano. Once again, congratulations to the winner of the Betano Leaderboard World Cup Prediction Challenge. My name is Kufre Ekpe, the CCC on the MIC. Have a fantastic day. Waza.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
On apophobic attacks in South Africa, I wish to join Ghana in strongly condemning the apophobic attacks on its citizens and other fellow Africans in the Republic of South Africa. As already mentioned by His Excellency the President of Ghana, ECOWAS should present this matter before the next meeting of the Authority of African Union to send a clear message that this type of intolerance is unacceptable. South Africa should be reminded, while we tread the path of moderation, South Africa needs to be reminded that the freedom the country currently enjoys is due to the liberation efforts of African countries such as Nigeria and Ghana. Elections were made from our scholarship allowances to fund liberation movements in Southern Africa. They should learn to know where their problem lies. Their problem does not lie with fellow Africans who are there to sell their skills. Nigerian government has evacuated our citizens in 7 batches and is prepared to engage more on this matter.
All right, good morning and welcome to the newspaper review segment. We had to do a mix of commercials and inserts in managing our time, and I still have a number of stories to run over with you this morning. It's a good feeling to be here. Big thanks to Don, who stepped in yesterday while I unavoidably was absent on the show. Kelly Kimenjima is my name. Welcome one more time. We listened to a number of inserts. The House of Representatives commenced their investigation on the fake agency. It's too long a name, so let's just say fake agency. I think we can all agree to that. And some revelations being made there by the head of the Civil Service of the Federation. I'll still read a story related to that because that didn't capture everything that happened. Quite a long story. We'll see how we can read that quickly. Daniel Bwala takes Makinde to the cleaners. Showore is more popular than Makinde when it comes to elections. Makinde can't even win Oyo State, so you should forget about it. Makinde is inconsequential. Daniel Bwala. And then the police revealing that some officers, 4 of them, extorted 53,000 naira from the ICPC chairman. When I saw the headlines, I'm like, is this possible? Apparently, the guy disguised himself. He refused to do anything, he refused to say anything. He just played along. 53K. I'm sure if Governor Fubra comes out with one small car and enter the road, police will still extort him. It's a shame. FCT command, they've arrested them. Of course, the man would have done it. But I've been asking myself a question. ICPC national chairman would not go around with security. Maybe he really intended to put some people in the net and he succeeded. It was quite easy. They've been arrested. And then the FCT command make an insistence that the police has no right to search your phones. The police absolutely do not have the right to search your phones. Do not allow them. Do not allow them. So you listen to that. The viral piece, which I also read out on Sunday, one of the teachers from Oyo State that gave an account of how they were released, bring the suggestion that indeed ransom was paid. So you listen to that teacher. It was on, I think, Nigeria Info Lagos, where he shared that ordeal. A retired head of the SSS responded to that by saying, well, both realities may be possible. Both truths are likely because, hey, it's possible that the terrorists were under a lot of pressure and they just acted like nothing was happening, released them to go because they knew that they were actually under a lot of pressure and the government was about to, swoop in on them and so on. So it says both realities are very possible. I know some of you want to believe that indeed ransom was paid. That's my own. And so you listen to Mr. Dennis Amakri speak there. Senator Kwankwaso was on national TV yesterday. He spoke on a range of issues. He said the agreement between himself and Peter Obi, it's not about just trust. They had to put it on paper. They had to sign it on paper. We win the election, you do 4 years, you ain't coming back. You're supporting us. Power goes to the north for us to continue. It's on paper. He talked about that. He talked about what they would do if they become president to deal with the security situation we have in the country. He responded to the U.S. allegations that he was amongst those sponsoring the, quote, Christian genocide in Nigeria, responded to that. And then lastly, the Muslim ticket. It was on Channels TV yesterday. And then Obi Kwakwaso ticket dead on arrival. Ganduje, former APC national chairman, former governor of Kano State, reacting there. And then lastly, Vice President Kashim Shettima was speaking at the ECOWAS conference, where he talked about how much he would sacrifice for South Africa. And South Africa should stop blaming Nigerians and Africans for what they are going through. So we listened to those inserts this morning. I heard Afe has now emerged as the president. I think it's chairman. I think it's chairman of ECOWAS. The chairman of ECOWAS. Faye is the president of Senegal. Yeah, president of Senegal. All right, I'll have to race you through some of the stories. The channels to reach out, we always like to hear from you. You can call this number when we open the phone line, 0810-9510951. Again, 0810-9510951. Or you can send messages to 0701-9339-962, 0701-9339-962. Message you can send there, traditional SMS, text via WhatsApp, and then you can just do a voice message if you prefer to use that. Please keep your voice message within 60 seconds. Within 60 seconds. Other channels I'll read as we get on the show. Let me race through some of the stories this morning. Daily Post, you are afraid because by noon you'll be defeated. ADC tells Tinubu government over Malami. As a story I'm going to push over till tomorrow because I'm going to be doing high priority now for time's sake. How I risked my life for Niger Delta peace. Good luck, Jonathan. It's not new, but in case you missed it, I would read it again. But it's not looking like it's something I'll do today because it's not urgent. Okay, so it's just something that one can hold for historical reference. And good luck, Jonathan. There's an actual video where he made this statement, and I know I've shared it with you. But something happened to that drive. I would have just recorded it and played it back, and then just give the update. But that hard drive is bad, so I lost all the files in it. 2027 will sit talk with terrorists to tackle insecurity. Kwankwaso, so we listen to Kwankwaso speak on this one. It was on Channels TV where he made that revelation. So let's move. Tribune newspaper: fake presidential council participated in 2026 budget process. So these are the things we're getting from the House of Reps investigation. But beyond all of these headlines, sensational headlines, what else will happen in terms of concrete measures? What will happen? Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Walson-Jack, on Monday confirmed that representatives of the Presidential Economic Advisory Council, Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council, that's PAC, PFIPC, participated in the 2026 budget process and also obtained approval for 314 positions. Mrs. Walson-Jack disclosed this in Abuja during the inauguration of the House of Representatives ad hoc committee investigating the circumstances surrounding the existence and operations of the council, chaired by Honorable Yusuf Gagdi. While noting that the approval and establishment of agencies are not within the purview of the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation, she admitted that the council submitted a request to the council on August 6, 2025, seeking approval for its organizational structure without providing the requisite documents. According to her, the request, which was initially declined due to non-submission of the relevant documents, was eventually approved for a total workforce of 314 positions, comprising 14 existing officers engaged by the council and 300 additional positions. Maintaining further that records of the organization design and development ODD department further confirmed that the authorized establishment was collected on behalf of the council by a gentleman representing the agency, that's the PFIPC. Mrs. Walson-Jack disclosed that the system was down during the controversial period when the council was being registered. She added that representatives of the council participated in the 2025 annual manpower budget defense exercise, led by a woman who identified herself as the Deputy Director of Administration and appeared before officers of the organization. Organization Design and Development Department, that's ODD, during the organization's bilateral manpower defense. She, however, stressed that she only discovered the council's existence after reviewing all available documents relating to it, following the public exposure of the incident. According to her, following the bilateral engagement with the council's representatives during the 2025 annual manpower budget defense exercise, the request was reviewed by officers in the ODD. In line with the office's established administrative procedure, the fourth batch, comprising 88 ministries, extra-ministerial departments, and agencies, including the agency in question, was approved on July 18, 2025 by the Permanent Secretary, Common Services Officers, who was overseeing the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation at the time. She, however, maintains that there was no deployment of officers by our office to the council because recruitment and placement of staff in agencies. Mrs. Walton also added that the remuneration and emoluments of personnel fall under the purview of the National Salaries, Incomes and Wages Commission, while the Revenue Mobilization, Allocation and Fiscal Commission is responsible for the remuneration of political appointees and chief executive officers. She also categorically noted that the office occupied by the council in Phase 3, Federal Secretariat, is part of the office space allocated to the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation through a letter dated November 16, 2023. Mrs. Walton-Jack added that all matters relating to the establishment, administration, supervision, and operational oversight of the Presidential Foreign Intervention Promotion Council fall within the jurisdiction of the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, as well as other relevant government institutions. She also added that Mrs. Patricia Akibe, under whose supervision the council obtained the approval, has been released to the police for questioning alongside Jacob Oluwafemi David. In his presentation, Governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Mr. Yemi Cardoso, represented by the Director of Banking Services, Mr. Hamisu Abdullahi, disclosed that the Apex Bank opened 2 bank accounts for the fake council, a dollar account and a pound sterling account. He, however, noted that both accounts have remained inactive since their inception. According to him, the mandate to open the accounts was received on July 30, 2025, from the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, through a letter dated July 29, 2025, after which the normal verification process was carried out. He, however, noted that the Apex Bank did not receive any further response, adding that there had been no inflow or outflow in either account since they were open. On his part, Chairman of the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, Mr. Musa Aliu, disclosed that the Commission commenced investigation and is collecting documents as well as interacting with officials that we feel are necessary in order to help us unravel this issue. To this end, he urged the ad hoc committee to give the Commission a time, maybe between yesterday, today, and tomorrow, so that they can come back and inform the House how far, what they have done, so at least the House will be aware. And then declaring the investigative hearing open, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Tajuddin Abbas, reaffirmed the House's unwavering commitment to transparency, accountability, and citizen participation. There's more in that story, so if you're interested. Defense Minister General Musa debunks resignation rumors. The Office of the Minister of Defense on Monday dismissed as false reports claiming that the Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, retired, was planning to resign from office, describing the speculation as malicious and entirely fabricated. Was contained in a statement made available to defense correspondents in Abuja by the Minister's Special Assistant on Media. The statement equally said the rumor, which has been circulating online and on social media platforms, was the handiwork of mischief makers and should be disregarded by members of the public, adding that the minister remains fully committed to his constitutional responsibilities and is focused on driving Nigeria's defense and national security agenda. Tinubu appoints Fayashe 25 others to federal agencies and commissions. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has appointed former Ekiti State Governor Ayo Fayashe and 25 others to key positions across the federal government agencies and commissions. The appointments were announced in a statement issued on Monday by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Nanuga, who said all the appointments take immediate effect. Fayashe was named chairman of the Rural Electrification Agency, REA. He will serve alongside Alhaji Amadu Abubakar and Engineer Ilyasu Ibrahim Makinta, who were appointed as members and non-executive directors. I'll move on now. The cable newspaper, ICPC grills Gbajabiamila over PFIPC scandal. The ICPC has interrogated Femi Gbajabiamila, Chief of Staff to President Bola Tinubu, over his alleged role in the emergence of the controversial Presidential Foreign Investment Promotion Council. According to G.T. Ogunyi, Gbajabiamila's counsel, the President's Chief of Staff, appeared at the ICPC headquarters on Monday, where he was questioned over the PFIPC controversy. Well, in full compliance with the ICPC acting as directed by the President of Nigeria, I hereby confirm that my client, Femi Gbajabiamila, Chief of Staff to the President of Nigeria, responded to the invitation of the ICPC and appeared at about 3 p.m. on Monday, July 20, 2026, as part of the ongoing investigation into the activities of the PFIPC fake agency, among others. Ogoyin stated in that statement. My client gave his testimony, responded to questions accordingly, and has returned to his duty post. Oedele to Senate. Nigeria's rising debt driven by Naira devaluation, not fresh borrowing. Who made the decision to devalue the Naira? Taiwo Oedele, Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, says the sharp increase in Nigeria's public debt is largely the result of Naira depreciation and accounting adjustments rather than fresh borrowing by the Bola Tinubu administration. Oedele spoke on Monday while briefing the Senate Committee on Finance on the state of the nation's economy. The minister was responding to questions from Adamo Alero, senator representing Kebbi Central, on claims that the current administration had borrowed about 80 trillion naira in addition to the 75 trillion public debt it inherited. Oedele said, comparing the country's debt stock at the start of the administration with the current figure without accounting for exchange rate movements creates a misleading impression. When this administration came into office, public debt was around 75 trillion naira. Many people simply compare that figure with today's debt stock and conclude that this government has borrowed massively. However, it is important to note, following the reforms and depreciation of the Naira, the foreign currency component of our public debt had to be revalued because Nigeria reports its debt in Naira. That accounting adjustment alone added more than 40 trillion Naira to the public debt figure. The minister said the securitization of the Ways and Means advances inherited from the previous administration also contributed significantly to the increase in the debt stock. Another important factor is the securitization of the Ways and Means advances from the previous administration, which the National Assembly approved. About 33 trillion was added to the public debt through that process. It was not new borrowing. It was simply bringing previously existing obligations onto the official debt books. These factors have not always been properly explained, which is why the reported public debt appears much larger. The actual amount this administration has borrowed is nowhere near what many people believe. Oedele went on to say, even for domestic borrowing, much of its refinancing, debt that was borrowed previously matures and government raises new debt to refinance it. That is not new borrowing. He said the Tinubu administration had adopted a prudent borrowing strategy focused on infrastructure and long-term economic growth. This administration has been very responsible in its borrowing. We understand the concerns of Nigerians and of the distinguished senators, but we remain fully committed to debt sustainability. All right, let's move on. Office space used by PFIPC at Federal Secretariat was allocated to OSGF, says HOS. Part of the story I read to you, right? And how they participated in the budget defense and so on. Big thing. Kwankwaso Obi signed one-term presidency agreement with me, NDC. So we listen to Kwankwaso speak on this. FCCPC resumes enforcement as court upholds digital lending regulations. This will carry over as well. We'll probably read it tomorrow. But that's big news. SSS to appeal life sentence to Ansaru commander, 6 death penalty. The State Security Services SSS says it will challenge the life sentences imposed on 2 senior commanders of Ansaru terrorist group by a federal high court in Abuja. Emeka Wite, presiding judge, sentenced the 2 men to life imprisonment on Monday after they pleaded guilty to a 32-count terrorism charge. The convicts are Mahmoud Usman, also known as Abu Mukta, described as a self-styled emir of Ansaru, and Mahmoud, aka Malam Mahmouda, his deputy and chief of staff. The judge handed down the sentence after the convicts changed their plea from not guilty to guilty, and through their lawyer appealed for leniency. A senior SSS official speaking after the judgment said the agency considers the punishment inadequate given the gravity of the offenses. According to the official, the 2 men had initially indicated they would plead guilty but later changed their position around the period pupils and teachers were abducted in Orire local government area for your state by suspected members of the same group. For the nearly 60 days, the kidnappers held on to the pupils and teachers of Orire, and several commanders in our custody changed. One of the top conditions the abductors gave was the unconditional release of these same Ansaru commanders in exchange for the Orire kidnapped victims. The SSS official said the defendants, who had earlier pleaded not guilty, later told the courts they were undecided on the plea they intended to enter. Justice Witte even had to hand them an ultimatum to make up their minds on or before Monday's sitting. After the Orire rescue, they came to court to plead guilty to all the charges. Allowing the 2 terror commanders walk away with life sentences will not serve the cause of justice for the 2 Orire teachers beheaded by their abductors. The reason for the terrorists beheaded The reason the terrorists beheaded the 2 Orire teachers was to put pressure on government to release these 2 Ansaru commanders. It therefore wouldn't be fair to see 2 men beheaded and their families are made to leave with the losses without adequately bringing the culprits to book. Natasha Kwoti celebrates the new NBA NBA president's victory. The new lady looks really clean. Badejo Okusaya. They say she has a lot of links with the Tinubu administration. I don't know. That's what I've been reading. There's a lot of talk also about that election. We have some lawyers here. I'll ask them what they think. Ipman says marketers may suspend petrol loading at Dangote refinery. There was this moment in my way I noticed that from almost all the stations I passed through, there are petrol roll for prices removed. I suspect that they want to increase price again. That's what happens when they want to increase price. As the government continues to keep mum on this Dangote selling in dollars and more licenses for petrol importers being issued, import is increasing, prices are going up, government is silent. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, says marketers have temporarily stopped loading petrol at the Dangote refinery. Boywole Akoni, zonal chairman of IPMAN, Western Zone, announced the development in an interview with the News Agency of Nigeria. He said the development propelled by Dangote refinery suspension of petrol loading operations at its gantry has compelled marketers to obtain petrol from private depots at considerably higher prices. Akoni said uncertainty surrounding petrol prices caused many marketers to suspend new purchases, resulting in the temporary closure of some filling stations. The non-availability of fuel at some filling stations and the closure of others are due to the fluctuations in the price of lifting fuel from depot. Since Dangote Refinery stopped selling PMS for about 4 days ago, private depot owners have increased their prices. Many filling stations that have exhausted their stock are waiting to see whether prices will come down when Dangote Refinery resumes sales or increase further. IPMAN official equally said only a limited number of marketers are currently purchasing petrol due to the prevailing uncertainty. He, however, insists that there is no fuel shortage and urged motorists and other consumers to avoid panic buying. What are you saying? There is no fuel scarcity. Members of the public should not panic, although there is a possibility of an increase in pump price if the current situation persists. Daily Trust, xenophobia. Nigerian students funded your freedom. Shetima tells South Africa. We listen to the Vice President speak. How policemen force ICPC chairman to part with money at Abuja checkpoint. It's an interesting story, but I sort of gave you a summary of it. How the man did not say anything, played along. But that they have details. So they started the chairman of the ICPC of 53,000 naira. They took him to a POS. He withdrew the money, paid the charges, and they shared the money among themselves. Police. Hi, police. So this is a story for Opinion Poll this morning. I read the story yesterday and I'm like, wow, a lot of things are happening. Some of you may be surprised, some not. So let's race through it. It has many letters. One agency, two heads. Tinubu's directive doesn't stand, says Wike's ally. Embattled Secretary, Executive Secretary of the Border Communities Development Agency, BCDA, Dr. Dakorinama Alabo George, has said that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's directive to appointees who aspired for elective positions to resign ahead of primaries does not stand. Tinubu had directed all his appointees who intended to contest elective offices in 2027 to resign on or before March 31, 2026. George, who was Commissioner for Works in Rivers State during the administration of Governor Gerson Wike, was also a commissioner in Fubara's government, had reportedly resigned from the BCDA to contest the All Progressives Congress APC governorship primary in the state. He, however, withdrew from the contest held on May 21, 2026 at the last minute. The presidency had announced its replacement with a former spokesperson of the House of Representatives, Abdul Razak Syed Namdas, in a statement dated June 26 by a presidential spokesman, Bayo Nanuga. But nearly 1 month after the announcement, George has remained in office as the head of the agency, insisting that Namdas' appointment was an error and that he never resigned. The presidency, through the office of the SGF, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, will be in a better place to answer you, please, he said in a now deleted WhatsApp response. Onanuga had faulted George's claim in a text response to Daily Trust, saying, "Not true, Namdas stays." He has not responded to an inquiry on why George remains in office despite the new appointment. Amid the impasse, George continues to hold official engagement as the BCDA head, among which was the recent meeting with the Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Idele, in Abuja, where he appealed for timely budget releases to the agency. Sources are told correspondent that George was being backed by some persons within the presidency and powerful individuals, including the Minister of the FCT, Wike. Efforts to get the minister's comment on the claim were unsuccessful, as his spokesperson, Larry Olenka, did not respond to an inquiry sent to him. Last Tuesday, a day after Daily Trust publication on the matter, George reached out to one of our correspondents via WhatsApp, commenting on the report. I have my appointment letter to the office, and no one else does so. So there's no dual leadership, he wrote, adding a subtle threat. Just be careful about your misleading stories so it doesn't end in litigation. This will be my last discussion with you on this subject matter. When asked if he resigned before he picked nomination forms for the governorship primaries, he said, don't you know where to find out? Don't chat me up again. Few minutes later, George sent another WhatsApp text to Daily Trust, citing Section 88 sub 1 of the Electoral Act, ostensibly to justify his stay in office, despite the president's directive. On a final note, just to educate you, let me help you with this. Section 88 sub 1, key points on resignation timing. This provision effectively requires political appointees to resign before participating in primaries as aspirants or delegates to avoid violating the law. However, it does not mandate a specific timeline, like at least 30 days or 1 day before. He further argued that the legal interpretations, including from lawmakers and expert commentary, indicated that resignation can occur anytime before the primaries, including potentially the day before, or ensuring they are no longer in office on the day of the event. George said the law is particular about not holding the appointment during participation on the day of the primaries. So, if you withdraw from contesting a day before the primaries, you don't need to resign. But if you're really contesting, you must resign at least a day before the primaries. But law didn't say resign before picking forms. The law is the law, and anything outside the law, even a directive, does not stand. So technically, there was no vacancy. Someone erroneously misinformed the presidency that there was a directive, and an enforcement was made. When they found out that there was no resignation, it was quickly corrected. Well, a senior advocate of Nigeria, Salman Jawondu, who spoke to Daily Trust, said, though Section 88 sub 1 of the Electoral Act does not prescribe a specific timeline within which a political appointee must resign before seeking elective office, the president retains the constitutional power to appoint and remove his appointees at any time. Let me stop there. There's another story which we'll read tomorrow. But let me introduce panelists. Maybe we can just talk about the NBA conference in a few minutes that we have left. Dr. Richard Waigwe is the Executive Director, Citizens Leadership and Rural Development Initiative, CLADI. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, Nigerians.
Jesse Williams, Esquire, Legal Practitioner, Chairman, Rivers Link. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Kelly.
And Asim Adams, Esquire, Legal Practitioner, Co-Convener, Access to Justice, Port Harcourt.
Good morning, Kelly. Good morning, my colleagues and brothers here.
So I hear we have a first female president of the NBA. I'm surprised that there's a lot of controversy about that election. Some people say it was rigged. Your elections have always been electronic. It's been regarded as seamless. Please, what happened now?
Kelly, NBA have conducted her elections and winners have emerged. I am not here to discuss NBA election because NBA election is not a subject of litigation. So to that extent, I will not talk about NBA elections. Safe to say that winners have emerged. That's all I will say.
Okay. Mr. Adams.
Yeah, Kelly, good morning. The point is the NBA election has come and gone. And a lot of people, a lot of our colleagues were not satisfied with the conduct of the elections. I did not vote. For instance, not that I'm not qualified to vote, I'm very qualified to vote, or participate in the elections, but I have never, believed in that philosophy of the bar, the MBA. And in this instance, when I see prominent lawyers, for instance, the senior advocate who was in the forefront of the criticism, I felt so sad. Now, there were glitches, they were palpable.
But you did not vote.
No, I read, that is, I saw people who voted. Even though I didn't vote does not mean I cannot.
You didn't participate in the process.
I didn't participate in the process, but those who participated in the process, credible ones, informed us, and I believe them.
Okay.
Because I didn't participate in the elections in the US, but I made my commentaries.
Okay.
You understand?
Okay.
So from what I could glean, from those observations, let me say their observations, they said a lot of people were disenfranchised. An election that had about 89,000 valid, voters or thereabout, turning in a president of 12,000 plus. You ask yourself, the difference about 60-something thousand people. What happened to them? They were valid voters. Were they disenfranchised intentionally on purpose? These are things I'm asking. Why I'm asking all these things is so that I know, yes, we cannot contest it, but we have the right to profile. Now, the question is this. If you have disenfranchised these people, why did that happen? They said a lot of glitches. And how did glitches come about? There were, seniors, even those who are my seniors, who said they wanted to vote when they entered the portal. They put in their name, and the name we say is invalid. They put in their Supreme Court number, which all of us recognize, at the bar, which was Supreme Court number. You put it and say invalid. So they became scared, and they were not happy with the process. Then at the end of the day, the question I'm asking now is that what moral latitude and value, can the NBA that didn't conduct or conducted an election that was controversial have to now begin to profile, the bigger brother who is in terms of, perfidy?
Okay.
These are questions that, left for us to, think about and ponder upon.
Mr. Williams, why are you shaking your head? Are you shaking your head?
I was actually shaking my head because I'm surprised.
Is it concordance or concurrence?
You know what?
No, divergence. It's divergence.
You know why I'm surprised?
No, I was asking a question. So whether you agree or disagree.
You know why
Absolutely.
You know why I'm
disagrees.
You know why I'm surprised?
That's shaking of head.
I'm surprised, with due respect to my learned friend, that this kind of statement is coming from him. One, he started by saying that he never participated in that election.
Let me beg you. Let me plead with you. Okay, just hold your thoughts because we have to pay some bills.
It's okay.
When we come back on the other side, I will hear what you have to say.
Then I will respond.
Well, if need be.
Of course, they believe because participation does not mean I cannot profile.
Mr. Adams, if need be.
Do you understand?
But you've not heard him now.
No, he said he has.
When I say if need be, by the time you hear him,
yes,
you may realize that there is really nothing to
There's
respond
nothing to say.
No, I don't think so.
That's what I'm saying.
That means you must say something where there is.
We have to
no.
go. I did not introduce Mr. Emmanuel Ndukwe, who's our in-house analyst. Good morning, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Good morning, Nigeria.
So this break, we're back shortly. Stay with us.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
All right, this time our guest is from Non's Luxury Homes, joining us this morning. Maureen is back. Hi, Maureen. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good to see you.
Thank you.
All right, tell us about Non's Luxury Homes.
Okay, yes. So good morning, my country people. How na day for inside this morning? My name na Maureen from Non's Luxury Home Limited.
Okay. Tell us about non-luxury homes.
Okay, yes, so my country people, non-luxury home don't carry this better thing. Come meet una for na doorstep. When they say una for na hear am, una go waka come because na better investment. Na it be that. Non-flourish estate, we dey introduce non-flourish estate phase 2. When they for Imogu, Omagwa by Cattle's filling station, just 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout. This one a better soup. When don't land for your table, when we say if you buy am, you go start to debut immediately. Now just launching price, now just 1 week promo price of 1.8 million naira. Yes, you dey hear me. 1.8 million naira for outright payment, while instrumental payment na 2 million naira. Why not use this opportunity buy yourself land when be say you dey for promo now before you go here say they don't increase the price? Come buy this land. So the number when you go take call us, may we carry you go show you where this our land dey now. 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285 and the second line now 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724 and our office address dey for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale. Yes, so my country people, this one a real estate when we say we dey give you rest of mind. When you buy land for our hand, no say you don't buy peace of mind. You don't need to worry at all concerning us because we shop for you and we value you well. Where the land when you buy for our hand no go enter water because we be family real estate. We take care of you and assurance cover you. So again, make us still call this number for you when we say you never get the number correct. Our phone number now 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285 and the second line now 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724 and we still get another land again when be non-flourish estate phase 3. This one are the oga pata of all the land when we get this one a hot cake because we don't fence and round. Now just for you now to bring that to your money, you go start anything when you want to do. Imagine when you say if you buy land, you can't say you fence and land round first before you go begin the build. But this one we don't fence and for you. Now just a promo price of 2.2 million naira for outright payment, while instrumental payment now 2.5 million naira. And we will help you. Your first deposit go be 1 million. Then we go help you spread the balance for like 3 months. But till you go pay now 2.5 million naira because the instrumental payment now you do. So why not use this opportunity? Call us before you go here say it has been so that or they don't increase their price. So our number again now 0808 414 6285 0808 414 6285 and the second line now 0913 238 2724 0913 238 2724 and our inspection days now every day from Monday to Saturday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. as you dey come we dey carry you go show you where the land dey. We know they collect money from your hand now just for you to come buy am. You start to your building immediately.
All right. What are the unique things people should know about your company, Nance Luxury Homes Limited?
Yes, we be family real estate. We take care of all our clients. We know they leave our clients then stranded. As we don't buy land for our hand, we no go say because we don't collect our money, we go leave you like that. No, we know they do like that. We sure for you well because as soon as we they buy, we they allocate you immediately. We know they tell you story for that one.
Okay. How long can customers spread their payments?
Yes, the first deposit, say there's no be every hand they equal. If you start as low as 1 million naira. Then we go help you spread the balance for 3 months. Wetin the person go pay na 2.5 million because na instrumental payments now you do. That one na for non-flourish phase 2, phase 3. But the one of phase 2 na for first payment na 1 million. Then spread the balance for 3 months. That one wetin the person go pay na 2 million naira because na still instrumental payments na the person do.
How about the documents that you give?
Yes, so we dey provide free deed of conveyance, then an instant allocation. As we dey put that money for our account, we don't receive that bagam for our account. The next thing now na to give you your land. We know they tell you may you go come. We know they tell you say the next week or the next month. Now as you dey buy am, you dey see your land immediately.
All right. How about your inspection days?
Our inspection days na every day from Monday to Saturday. From 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. As then they come, we dey carry them, go show them the line. And we know they collect inspection fee, nothing like agent fee. Now just come with that your money, you go start your building immediately.
And it's free, yeah?
Yes, free. Everything is free.
So let's recap. Where are your properties located and how much are they selling for?
Okay. Yes, our estate dey for Omagwa, Imogu community near Cattle's filling station. Just 5 minutes drive from airport roundabout to Omagwa. And the land na non-flourish estate phase 2. Phase 2 they sell for 1.8 million naira for outright payment, while instrumental payments na 2 million naira. Then phase 3 non-flourish estate phase 3 they sell for 2.2 million naira, while instrumental payments na 2.5 million naira. And another thing be say, as you dey buy, we dey give you your land, and we dey provide free deed of conveyance. Imagine when person be say e dey pay for rent every year, they pay rent upon rent. Why not use this opportunity when we say your land, the money when you take the pay rent now the same thing with the land when the rent when you they pay. Why not use the opportunity, bring out that money, just pull an out from your account, give us, go use, give your land. When we say anyhow when you build them, you go day inside, they do them anyhow when you want to them, because now your land now it be, and nobody, you don't need to renew them again. It don't become your investment with that.
Your phone numbers and physical address.
Yes, so my country people, just call us on this our number. Call me, we carry go show you where this land dey. Our phone number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724. And our office address there for number 120 Airport Road, Igritale.
Can you repeat the phone numbers?
Yes, so our number na 0808 414 6285. 0808 414 6285. And the second line na 0913 238 2724. 0913 238 2724.
I hear you're on social media as well.
Yes, we dey social media. Any platform where you just find us, you go see us both on Google, on WhatsApp, on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. We dey everywhere.
What's your username?
Not just Nonce Luxury Home Limited. You go see us there.
All right. Lastly, why should people buy from Nonce?
Yes, you know, say now people they find it difficult to buy land from real estate because of some things when they happen. But if you know Nonce Luxury Home Limited, you go know say when you buy land, you don't buy peace of mind, because we sure for you and we value you well.
Maureen from Nonce Luxury Homes, thank you for making the time to be here.
Thank you, sir.
News update next. Please stay with us.
All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique dial.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
A very good morning to you. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikembenjima. The federal government has revived 16 abandoned digital e-library projects across federal unity colleges and inaugurated a state-of-the-art digital hub at the Federal Government College, Kano. Minister of Education Dr. Tunjala also announced the development during an inspection tour alongside the Minister of State for Education, Professor Suwaiba Ahmed. Alausa stated that the completed projects represent a major push under the Tinubu administration's renewed hope agenda to modernize public schools and equip students with 21st century digital literacy skills. He also emphasized that expanding digital infrastructure was no longer optional but a fundamental right for every Nigerian child preparing to compete in a global knowledge economy. The minister added that the bilingual school initiative is a critical tool for tackling the out-of-school children crisis by integrating vulnerable youth into formal education. The National Youth Service Corps NYSC has announced that the 2026 Batch B Stream 2 orientation course will commence nationwide on Wednesday, August 5, 2026. The 3-week exercise is scheduled to run simultaneously across all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory FCT to be concluded on Tuesday, August 25, 2026. According to a statement released by the Director of Information and Public Relations, Caroline Embu, prospective corps members can now view their call-up numbers on their dashboards, with call-up letters expected to follow shortly. The Director General of the NYSC, Olakunle Nafiu, congratulated the new mobilized graduates for completing their higher education studies both within Nigeria and abroad. He also advised the prospective corps members to prioritize their safety during their transit to the various orientation camps, urging them to strictly adhere to travel guidelines and avoid traveling at night. This upcoming stream follows the conclusion of the 2026 Batch B Stream 1 orientation course, which took place nationwide from June 10 to June 30. A group of lawyers under the Incorporated Trustees of the Association of Legislative Drafting and Advocacy Practitioners have approached the Abuja Federal High Court to halt the inauguration of new elected national officers of the Nigerian Bar Association. The application specifically seeks an interim injunction to stop the swearing-in of President-elect Oyinkansola Badejo Okusanya and other national officers originally scheduled for August 21, 2026. Badejo Okusanya won the electronic poll with 12,317 votes to succeed the outgoing president, Afam Osigwe, senior advocate of Nigeria SAN. In the filed reliefs added to the pending suit, Outrep is seeking to join Badejo Okusanya, runners-up Lateef Akongbe, SAN, Olumuyiwa Akimboro, SAN, alongside monitoring groups like Amnesty International, YEGA, and the Transition Monitoring Group as necessary parties. The plaintiffs noted that an injunction was vital to maintain the status quo while the court determines the legality of the election. On the foreign scene, U.S. President Donald Trump has dismissed threats of legal action against Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. In a post shared on his Truth social account, President Trump stated that the only ones that should be arrested are the people that led Iran into unprecedented destruction. The declaration was made in response to New York City Mayor Zoran Mandani, who earlier said that the city authorities are being consulted regarding the feasibility of arresting Netanyahu during the United Nations General Assembly in September. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM.
If I don't pray, Satan will make mess of me.
Ministers Prayer Network International invites every Christian woman in particular and kingdom-hearted men and youth from Nigeria and around the globe to MPN Apostolic Women International Prayer Quake 2026. This is an annual apostolic prophetic gathering of God's daughters and youth from every church denomination. Theme: Break Forth Beyond Old Limits. Date: July 26 to 31, 2026. Venue: International Convention Center, Gilgal, Obuzo Asa, along Port Harcourt Aba Expressway, Abia State, Nigeria. Speakers include Reverend Professor and Dr. Mrs. Mosi Madowa and other anointed speakers. Registration is free. Hotel accommodation for 6 days, 15,000 naira for executive, 10,000 naira for regular. Hotel accommodation 10,000 naira and above per night. Come, let us storm heavens with our prayers for our homes, the church, and the nations. For inquiries, call +234 0907 999 0000 or +234 0803 470 9941.
Wetin you dey find for Sokoto? E don dey your domoto. Unique Company Limited na the ogbonge company wey dey deal on all sizes of quarry products like chippings. For Unique, we no dey do the more you look, the less you see o, because we get standard weigh bridge wey go weigh the quantity wey you want. You confirm am, you pay, you carry your chippings, you go house, everybody's happy. Wetin you dey wait for? Waka go Unique Company Limited wey dey along Obirikwere Airport Road beside Bowen Filling Station now, or you reach them with these numbers
0912 994 7115 0912 994 7115 or 0813 572 3222 0813 572 3222.
This is Today 95.1 FM.
Want to know what's happening? Get latest information in sports, politics, lifestyle, you name it. The frequency of choice. Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We serve you the latest update on everything. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Please listen to this infomercial.
You're listening to Money Talks. I am Godwin, and today I want to start with something a bit uncomfortable. Now, if you paid your rent in Port Harcourt 2 years ago and your renewal is due this quarter, you already know what I'm about to say. The same flat that was 2.5 million naira is now asking 4.5. Diesel for the office generator that was 700 naira a litre last December, you've already started budgeting differently. School fees is already on your doorstep. I bet it's higher too. So everybody's saying find another income. With the find another income comes people talking about learning how to trade as a viable source of income. Every advert on the radio, every billboard you see is geared towards trading. Even your neighbor's cousin on Instagram is now a forex coach. And honestly, after the other platforms that disappeared with people's money, my own question is, how are we supposed to know what is real? That's the conversation today. With me in the studio is Amal Momo from Vantage Market. Amal, thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Godwin, and honestly, that's the right question to start with.
Okay, so let me push on it. A close friend lost about 400,000 naira last year to one trading signal group. They told him to put 50,000 naira. In 30 days, you'll have 200,000 naira. He put it. They went silent. Now, why should anyone listening today believe Forex when that's the experience most people have had?
You're right. I would be skeptical too. Let me just say what those platforms had in common, because once you see the pattern, you will never fall for it again. Number one, none of them were regulated. If a platform cannot tell you who their financial regulator is, walk away. Number two, they all promised fixed returns. Put X, get Y in 30 days. That's not trading. That's Ponzi structure. Real markets do not give fixed returns. Number three, you couldn't withdraw without referring 3 people. And lastly, number 4, the founder was usually anonymous or some random Instagram name.
Okay, so what makes Vantage Markets different on those 4 points?
Vantage is regulated by the FSCA, the South African Financial Sector Conduct Authority, license number 51268. You can Google that license number while we're talking. You will find it. We're also regulated in the UK under FCA and Australia under ASIC. We've been operating globally for over 16 years. We are the official partners and sponsors of Ferrari in Formula One. None of this is hidden. We don't promise anyone a fixed return because nobody can. And every client withdraws to their own bank account. No referral required.
All right then, but I still don't fully understand what trading actually is. I mean, break it down for somebody who has only heard the word Forex.
Very simple. You're buying and selling the price movement of things that already exist in the world. Gold, oil, the dollar against the naira, Apple shares, Google shares, Tesla. You buy when you think the price will go up, you sell when you think it will go down. That's it. For example, what is happening right now in the Strait of Hormuz? You've heard the news, the tension between Iran and Israel, the threats to blocking the strait. Now, why does that matter to you sitting in your living room or office? Roughly 20% of the world's oil passes through that one narrow waterway. The moment there is tension, oil prices move. When Iran threatened to close it, oil jumped from around $70 a barrel to almost $80 in a matter of days. When the tension cooled, it dropped back. That movement up and down, that is what trading is. You benefit from price movements, and news like this helps you understand the direction of the market. You do this on a regulated platform, on your phone, on your laptop, and you set your own limits. Most importantly, you need knowledge. You need to learn how and what moves the market. The minimum to start with on Vantage is $50, not $500,000, $50.
Interesting. Now, talking about the price of oil, is this why the price of fuel, recently increased? And is it possible for an individual to start small with trading?
Yes to both questions. The price of fuel is largely controlled by demand and supply. When the strait has been blocked, there is decrease in supply. This drives the price up as there is demand. So till the strait is fully functional, the current hike will likely continue. On the subject of starting small, with Vantage you can start with as little as 65,000 naira. And let me be honest with you and your listeners, because this is the part most adverts skip. You can lose money trading. Yes, if you don't learn first, your mindset is bent on doubling instead of accumulating. That is why the summit on Thursday exists. You don't start blind.
Now, that's the most honest thing I've heard a Forex person say on this show. So tell me about somebody who has done this. Give me one person, not generalizing or like people do.
Okay, take Mr. Marvin, a logistics supervisor in Port Harcourt who works with one of the logistics companies. He came to our Port Harcourt seminar in August last year, opened his account with 227,000 naira. In his first 3 weeks, he lost about 55,400 because he wasn't done with his classes and he was eager to start trading, so he skipped using stop losses. He almost gave up. He came back to the bootcamp, did the 8 sessions, learned risk management properly, and by the 4th month, he was consistent. As of today, Marvin has not bought a Lamborghini or a Bugatti yet. What he is doing consistently is adding around 300,000 naira to 500,000 naira in a month to his salary on an average, and that's what he's paying his rent renewal this year.
And so, no Lambo, no landed property?
Not yet. And this is one of the core reasons why people lose when it comes to trading. They are carried away by the privileges others present. They forget these people took time to build and put in the work, and not everyone will have the same story. Then they set unrealistic expectations. Greed comes into play and you end up losing all in the market. Then you hear them saying trading is a scam. It is not. The way you trade or learn how to trade is what makes the difference.
Okay, tell us about the summit. What is it? When is it? And what does somebody walk away with?
The Vantage Market Smart Traders Workshop is on Thursday at Golden Tulip Hotel, 63 Kensal River Road by Mommy B Junction, Port Harcourt. Starting at 10 a.m. prompt. Send Port Harcourt to 090-6059-3552. Send Port Harcourt to 090-6059-3552. 090-6059-3552. and it's free for a reason. I'll be transparent about it. Vantage ends when traders trade well over time. Educated and profitable traders are good for our business. So we'll rather train you properly than have you blow an account in 2 weeks and disappear. What you walk away with: number 1, a full 8-session beginner to advanced bootcamp, lifetime access. Number 2, a one-on-one mentorship slot with a senior trader from our Dubai office. Number 3, a trading journal template. Number 4, our indicators that are normally only available to funded clients. 5, access to our trade portal that is powered by TradingView. If you are an advanced trader, you know what TradingView is. And 6, a guided demo account walkthrough so you can practice with virtual money before you risk real money.
That, I must say, is substantial. Now, how do we register?
Send Port Harcourt to 09060593552. Send Port Harcourt to 09060593552. 09060593552. We'll respond with your confirmation and the venue details.
One more time for people who are, for instance, driving right now and can't write it down.
Send Port Harcourt to 09060593552. Send Port Harcourt to 09060593552. 09060593552.
Amal, last word. What do you say to the listener who is still skeptical, who's heard 100 of these and is thinking, I'll pass?
Okay, my last word for you is come skeptical. I mean that. Bring your questions. Bring the receipts from other platforms that have wronged you. Bring the cousin who lost money. We would rather you walk in doubting and walk out informed than not show up at all. The summit is free. The worst case is you spend your Thursday morning learning something. The best case is you start something that pays your rent next year.
And that's Amal from Vantage Market. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Godwin.
Listeners, Thursday, 10 a.m.
at Golden Tulip Hotel, 63 Kensal River Road by Mommy B Junction, Port Harcourt. Send Port Harcourt to 09060593552. Send Port Harcourt to 09060593552. 09060593552.
This has been Money Talks. Until next time, bye for now.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Today FM. Today FM 95.1. Today FM 95.1 Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. Rise and shine, it's a brand new day. Today this station leading the way. Breaking news, sports and talk, keeping every heartbeat on the clock. From Port Harcourt to the world we go, sharing every story you should know. Your voice, your people, your destination. We're not just a station. Today, FM 95.1, voice of the people, number one. News and sports, talk all day, keeping rivers on the way. Not just a station, we are the station.
All right, thank you all for staying with us today, 95.1 FM. Let me return to Mr. Williams, who was, you wanted to make a note.
Yes.
An emphasis about the outcome of the NBA elections.
Yes.
Please go on.
You know, Kelly, like I said in the beginning, that NBA election is done, it's over, winners a match, losers a match. And more importantly, that it's not a subject of litigation as we speak today in any court in Nigeria.
Well, there's a legislative writers of this one that's taking a suit to court.
No. See, Kelly, every organization has rules. The fact that you're elected to be a member of that organization means you must abide by the rules and regulations of that body. Like I was saying, I say with due respect to my learned friend, election was conducted. I participated.
Okay.
You know, in election, there are two things. Either you vote or you are voted for. This is participation.
Okay.
Now, but when as a member of the MBA, you elect not to participate. It's like when we talk in the circular politics. You see people, there is election coming up. Go and get your voter's card. No, they don't write the results. Our vote doesn't count. Then you see that you didn't participate. And eventually, a few persons participate. And then result comes. And then the people begin to act knowing that you never participated. Of course, you are not. They don't consider you. And then you begin to criticize. Hey, they didn't do this. Do you know that you have every right to make a change? Now back to what we're talking about.
But if a number of lawyers were disenfranchised for the
Kelly,
process,
you are speculating. You are speculating. No, that's what I was responding to. That's what I'm responding to. You see, Kelly, the NBA Constitution has explicitly made provisions for how issues like that. Kelly, what gives you right in anything you do is your local standing. For you to do anything, do you have the locus to do this? And what is locus here? The people who contested that election.
Okay.
And members of NBA. Okay. But a member of NBA who didn't contest, who didn't vote, the issue of locus now comes in. If those people that contested that election, the lawyers that contested the election, if they come out today, Kelly, I can beat my chest to say, you have not heard from any of them that came out to say this election was rigged. Nobody.
So for you, you're satisfied with the outcome of the election?
I am 100% satisfied. Like you said, we're supposed to have over 80-something thousand. Right? And then, according to my learned friend,
maybe less than 20,000.
Less than 20,000. Even in our general election in Nigeria, that's what happens. People talk.
So even with electronic voting, you put a lot of...
Kelly.
Did they have massive interest?
Kelly, let me tell you something. That you're a lawyer doesn't mean that you're no longer in Nigeria.
Okay.
The same style. People just talk. When it's time, go and vote. Let me tell you, even lawyers, even doctors, even journalists like you and I, even in general elections, some of us sit down at home and say, they don't rig up. Without even participating. But we'll be the first people to come and criticize. What I'm saying in a nutshell, finally, Kelly, is that as a lawyer, I am not here in this studio today to talk about the outcome of NBA election until such a time when candidates of that election will take up to say, look, this election I participated, I contested, I was rigged out. It becomes a subject of litigation. At that point, as a lawyer, my emphasis as a lawyer, that is when I will come to the public space to talk about it.
You still feel that you want to respond to it, Mr. Adams?
Yes, so
okay.
81,239 eligible voters. The president of the NBA today, I don't have anything against her. They called me that I should vote. I said, well, I didn't, I don't want to. You understand? 2, let me tell you, the president of our association is my wife's friend. You understand? They were called the same year. Let me not go there. You understand? 3 is that 81,000 plus, I say 82,000 eligible voters. She came into office by 12,000 or thereabouts votes. Even the social welfare officers, the other ones, the other subordinate offices, they had more votes than her. That is 26,000 people voted for social welfare officer, 20,000 people voted for the other offices. You understand?
Okay.
But the office of the president, we didn't have up to 20 in order. In fact, that presidency, whatever, total votes cast was 22,000 plus. I don't even up to 80 something.
Okay.
I am not saying that it was rigged. I never said so.
But you just cast a doubt over the confidence.
You understand? That is why people, the apathy, the passivity. You understand?
Passivity.
The lukewarmness of people. You understand? That is a lukewarm attitude to voting.
That is number one. Number two.
That's number three. This is
number four. Number four.
Okay, number four.
Let me put this straight. I understand what my colleague is talking about here.
Okay.
But I want to say and make it clear to Nigerians that I never said I'm going to contest the results of the election. I didn't participate.
No, but he did not suggest that.
Good. I didn't participate.
He also did not
no, if I want to clear something, he said he will wait. No, I didn't say I'm going to challenge the result. Okay. I said I'm periscoping. Just like Jubril Okutekba, SAN, whom I respect so much. On public, these evil newspapers came and said, no, that he has lost faith in whatever, the NBA, whatever his case may be. Right. What I'm saying is that we should do better and set examples for the bigger people who are there. That is just my own editing.
Joe,
I don't have anything against them.
Joe Abba on social media asked a question. What is this case about being NBA president? Let me ask the last.
There's money.
What is so special about being NBA president?
There's money there.
No, I don't think that is the issue. That brother is money. Every organization should have rules.
Mr. Williams, frankly, I don't understand what the NBA does. Frankly speaking, and I mean no. In fact, if this sounds disrespectful,
you will not understand.
No problem. I'll try not to apologize for it.
You will not understand.
Because today, this one, every release a statement. They're always releasing statements. Beyond those statements, nothing else happens.
Kelly, if you want
so
to
what is
know,
the essence of...
If you want to know the essence of being NBA
to be a lawyer.
President, come and be a lawyer.
Oh, Jim.
Like, there is something during my call to bar, which my learned friend will also allude to. During my call to bar, my uncle in Abuja, who is my mother's younger brother, he came to my call to bar. At some point, after we were called, of course, we have to have the last dinner or the final dinner, as they call it. That dinner.
That was your initiation.
That dinner will move from
so you were initiated.
We move from the main hall to our dinner.
To eat,
now, when we came back, my uncle said, "Is it true that you people have gone to that in the secret code? They've gone to initiate people." And I told him, I said, "If you want to know,
come and join.
Come and become a lawyer." That is how I won't tell you yes or no. So, Kelly, if you want to know why we must have MBA executive, come and become a lawyer.
This is quite a review. So they put a plate, you put all of you deep down. That's how
no problem.
Even the
so that's how
you were initiated.
You
were initiated. You took your rope and you got initiated.
People say when lawyer die, that they will tell you of that. If you want to know whether they be lawyer, come and become a lawyer.
I
have to move on from lawyer.
No, I won't. No, please. You started it. Let us end it now. Please, only 2 seconds. I want the Nigeria Bar Association to be as proactive as the Pakistani Bar Association, India Bar Association, American Bar Association. When justices and men on the bench in Pakistan were misbehaving, corruption everywhere, the NBA equivalent in Pakistan went on strike and said, until the judicature sanitizes itself, they will not go back to court. Right. You understand? In Calabar,
the point is made.
Okay, the point is made.
So that we can talk about that.
All right,
I don't know if Dr. Weigel wants to talk about that. Apparently, he has something to say. Let's allow him to say something. Mr. Indiko is also arranging like he has something to say too. So let's allow them to say something, please. Yes, sir.
When you talk about NBA, NBA election is as important as anything. And historically, because of the preeminent position lawyers occupy in the society, I don't know where Mr. Adubabar is now. He will be, in fact, if you look at his face, you say my constituency.
Yes, we did.
See, the election of NBA is important, and most times the political class get interested who emerges winners, particularly becoming the president. You look at the last one. I think the incumbent president. Yes, over time, I don't know how he emerged, but over time he has been critical about the political class.
Yes,
and he has been trying to
project
particularly the responsibility.
Oh, they stopped police enforcement of tinted glass. I'm mentioning that one now.
But what I'm saying that if we talk about, that's what we call system theory. That makes that every subsystem has an impact. It rub off in the general system. if everybody is looking up to NBA in terms of how transparent the election ought to be, then it should be an interesting matter. It should be an interesting matter. And for me, I was so surprised that I had a chairman and a member of the committee, election committee of NBA, almost a day said no. For the first time, there was glitches in the electoral process.
Who did you hear?
Yes, it's still on paper.
Who now? We're talking.
I plead with you, sir. I plead with you, sir. I gave you enough time. I gave you enough time.
Let him talk, but let him put
to make an
introduction,
in
perspective.
To make emphasis on that introduction, please allow him to speak.
I'm allowing a non-lawyer.
Yes, please allow him to speak.
Please
go. You don't need to respond to everything. Your time is going on. Your time is going.
So I'm not.
He's distracting you.
No, the point I'm saying is this: that I was surprised to hear that the chairman said, for now, to guard against rigging or the outcome final election, let us suspend it. Within almost 10 hours, the next thing I heard was the result is out. After they had taken initial position to suspend.
Well, are you saying that Alpha Mosigwe talked about suspending?
And it's not that Alpha Mosigwe that is the chairman. They are the electoral committee chairman, the electoral committee chairman.
Are you sure this is confirmed news?
That's why I'm telling him.
Are you sure
it's the name of the person?
Go and say I read it on point.
No, you need to share that reference.
No, that's go back yesterday.
Share that story with us. Let's authenticate
let me later on. I'm telling you that information came up. I was surprised. But this morning, I discovered the result is out. I said, what happened?
So you suspected that it was rigged?
For me, that alone was, for me, I was surprised. So if they wanted and they felt that the system, because they didn't say it was rigged, but they said the system, some people were trying to invade the system. So they tried to take a precautionary measure to stop that.
Okay.
How then you suddenly loosen up, without trying to checkmate what you wanted to checkmate? So therefore, for me,
the system was rigged.
Yeah, I'm saying that you would have taken time for Barnes Adams.
Why not just say that it was rigged?
I will come to that. I'm not afraid of so in this case.
No, you sound like you're afraid that you're taking too long to go
Mr.
down.
Kelly, see, the point I'm saying is that you cannot confirm. We say that even the general election, the turnout. The turnout of voters matters most. For you to talk about the transparency of election, part of the criteria to judge that is how many people are eligible voters, how many voted. If at the end, like last time we had almost 26%, and you are clapping yourself in a democracy that yes, that is a transparent election.
So it was rigged. Like I asked, you didn't answer. You just ignored it. Does it in any way affect Obi's chances? He has chosen not to respond.
Is that what he said? Kelly, for me, I think like every other human activity, NBA election will not be 100% free and fair.
Okay.
If you also compare the political election in Nigeria, what Adams was saying that 80-something, and then maybe about 10 or 12,000 and the rest, that kind of thing is mirrored there. Which human activity has ever been completely wholesome? Which? So is members of NBA, are they from heaven? They are not. So if you are checking, the fact remains that they have gone for the election, whether electronics or manual, they have done it, and a winner has emerged. So I think we wait and see when especially the participants, the core participants that were going for these positions, start raising dust about it. Then we start talking about it that well, truly maybe there were distractions here and there were problems here and there. But for now, I think the NBA have accepted that. And if you ask me why, I say there's no litigation, no challenge. So why are we talking about it? Is President Tinubu not a president today? Because INEC, the body that is responsible for that, has declared him.
All right.
And as the other people, I'm sure they have sub-units that make the declaration of their election. NBA has done that.
So let's move on.
Simple.
Amen. Thank you. I think all parties have not been adequately given a chance to respond to this NBA issue.
But Adam's own has. No.
These are fuel crises. Our government is still silent. I don't know what the price will be now, but like I was saying in the morning, I noticed that most stations, their price board for petrol is going down. We're not getting feelers that one of the zonal heads of Ipman announcing that they stopped loading products from them since Dangote announced that he's now selling in dollars. I read a report sometime around the weekend, that the federal government was now trying to initiate a fresh conversation with Dangote on this selling in dollars and so on, but I haven't had a further authentication on that initial report that I read regarding that issue. Are we still surprised that the government is silent? I am seriously perplexed that the government can be silent about this thing. It seems like a conspiracy. He sells in dollars. They leave Dangote, they have to go to the other depot owners. Those depot owners are importing. The Gulf states and that area is under intense pressure right now. Iran is hitting Kuwait, Bahrain. The place they haven't hit hard is Saudi Arabia and Qatar, very hard. But Kuwait and Bahrain are coming under heavy attacks. US bases are being hit rapidly by the Iranians. America is hitting on Iran rapidly as well. So anything you're getting from that area, any maneuver you have to do, it will come at an extra cost. In fact, latest we heard Saudi Arabia flagship was hit by Iran trying to transit the Strait of Hormuz. Is that bad? So America is still bombing. America is bombing. We're decimating them. As they are bombing, one ship is trying to cross the American path. Iran will just throw missile. Phew, why? I'm like, I don't understand. Where is the missile coming out from? Where is it coming out from? So that area is volatile right now. The stability we had with Dangote when the crisis was high, it appears to be vanishing. Why is the government silent? Why is our government silent, Mr. Adams?
Oh, me?
Yes, why is that?
As the petroleum minister.
Why do you think the government is silent?
Let me tell you, a government that's been held hostage by
who?
By a monopolistic individual. We have this kind of things to do.
No, but when we say this,
yes.
I get a bit confused.
Yes.
Right? The Ipman official just said they have decided to abandon Dangote Petrol.
Good.
They are going to buy from private depots now that are importing
fuel.
They are getting more licenses have been given to petrol importers.
That is what,
so they are importing more. Those imported products are more expensive than what Dangote is selling.
That is what I am saying. Monopoly. If Nigeria refineries were to be working, will you be talking about importation of fuel?
They will still give licenses.
No, I know, but you will be talking about massive importation. Maybe it's a word. This is a country that the cars and generators we use here depend on imported fuel, and that of Dangote. So you have empowered Ipman. Ipman now dictates to Nigeria government. If Dangote is not dictating, Ipman or what I call dictate. These are monopolistic entities. You understand? And under our constitution, section 16 sub 5 says that you, president, must not allow groups or individuals, to have access to the economy to the extent that means of production and supply is concentrated in the hands of a few. That is what is happening here. So if Nigeria were to be importing oil, the refineries were working, Ipman will be talking their blah blah blah. Nobody will care about it. Dangote will be talking blah blah blah. Nobody cares. Dangote is a private entity. And let me tell you that oil prices are priced at international rate. That is why you see it's dollarized. They say the price of oil has gone up. It's not in naira, but in dollars. 78 dollar per barrel, or 15 naira per barrel. So in the international oil market, the regimented, oil prices is calculated in dollars. So the man wants to go to that level and begin to make, gains and build more refineries all over Nigeria so that he begin to dictate to you. That is number one. Number two is this. When the moment you voice or you fuse two positions, the president is the minister of petrol or whatever they call it in one hand. The man is too busy taking care of executive whatever. Then he will not be active on the petroleum ministry side. You understand? If we have people like David West in those days, you can call them and ask them what exactly is happening. Do we still have NNPC in existence? What happens to Dangote? That question would have been directed at that particular minister. But the president is, the same as president and the same as minister of petroleum. That is three. Two. Number three is that when you have a government that is being run in an opaque manner, the iron curtain, whatever, information, for you to go and get information, it's like getting honey from a beehive. You understand the point now? If you want to go and get information now on this topic, I bet you that it will take you about 30 days to even log in or get, a single information, from government. Why? They are hiding it because they know that what transactions going on there are all fraudulent. So they don't want to make it open, as the case may be. The fifth one is that in situations of this nature, the cabal who hold the oil, whatever, they are worse than the Medellin cartel in Colombia and Venezuela. You understand? The cabal called Ip Man, who are those floating them? I will show you today to let you know that most of the big guns who float Ip Man are politicians who are in power, who have the money and have access to funds. They have access to authority. They have access to everything they want to do with it. They have the power to import oil from wherever Bermuda Triangle to Nigeria here. Okay. So they can never, succumb. They can never give information. Okay. The government is being run like a closed door meeting. You understand the point? And so that is why we're having these kind of problems. But Nigerians are the ones who suffer for all these things. It's a big shame. A big shame. America is fighting war with Iran. But as I speak to you, I don't think there's this kind of monumental problem in the oil industry in America, apart from the prices the government still regulates and knows how it goes.
Price is still high in America.
But I know it's high, but at least you know why it is high.
Well, Dr. Weigel.
Secondly, your question is,
why is the government silent? It's the silence of the government that is the biggest thing.
It's very simple. That is the major criteria of knowing an irresponsible government. And you don't need anybody to expatiate before you know what is an irresponsible government. A government has responsibility. In fact, its primary responsibility is directly to the people. How do we ensure the welfare and well-being of the people? And that is why supposedly the mandate of the people will be given to a set of people. Think of the people. We can't even talk about subsidy. And that's why today Nigeria will be suffering. The masses, 90%, the so-called minute elite is happy sitting down in cozy office. They're shameless. Don't care what they can do for the people. If this thing you said is, does it mean that our president is not hearing this cry? What can you do to remove at least part of it? And tomorrow night you say you want to be there. 2027, you want to get there by yourself. You think you have become God. History has a lot to talk about you. The governors and the rest of them, you cannot even mount pressure on the government that you can. The cry of the people in the communities is not affecting you. And you're sitting there. Sorry will be your name. Because the history will show you.
Kelly, whether we like it or not, let us agitate anyhow we want. Nigerian government is not interested in the welfare of the people they are leading. And that is the simple reason they are keeping quiet. Now, if you check the way they are pushing prices up for everything, you know that, are these people having our welfare in mind at all? The answer is no. And for that reason, Whether anybody, in fact, the president will always intermittently come out and tell you that he is sorry for the difficulties and all that encountered. But that's how to build a nation, a formidable nation tomorrow. He's laying the foundations and all that. And his men and women will agree. Kelly, if you have children, you want to send them out.
He has now. Kelly has.
You just start from talking about the ones up. You are not talking about how they could be eating, feeding, to be alive first, because that's, if you don't eat consistently, you die off. Just like a car cannot run without fuel. So you cannot just start from up. No, this is what you should be doing. Are they standing on the ground? Now, government came and said the problem Nigeria has. In fact, a subsidy has finished our money and all that. Remove it. If they had the interest at heart, they would have looked for all the palliative measures that would have made it a possibility for people to live with that difficulty. And the problem,
You want to bring in foreign coloration to it. That America is killing everybody in Iran, or everybody in Iran have run to Israel, has got nothing to do with the Nigerian problem. You've been hearing America has bombed Iran. Iran has bombed. Have you heard that America has bombed Nigeria? Or Iran has bombed Nigeria? You see, the problem is when you leave what you're supposed to do and be doing another. This is what the result is what we're seeing now. You see, first they say, oh, they are making alternative arrangements in Nigeria. They want to abandon Dangote, and even the side they have gone to is even higher than the price is higher than one Dangote is given to us. Now, what is the issue? Kelly, like I've always said, the Nigerian government as presently constituted takes pleasure in hardship of Nigeria, seeing Nigerians suffer. That is what makes them happy. No wonder they have weaponized poverty. Do you understand? There's no other thing, because you don't tell me that if Port Harcourt refinery was working, Warri refinery, Kaduna refinery, that we'll be thinking of America killing Iran. What am I going to Iran or America? It is the wickedness of a government that has brought us here. It's the wickedness, and you know, just like we say, my people say, the soup they have given to you to leak, you have not finished leaking it. You are asking for more. The suffer Nigerians are passing through in the hands of Tinubu. He has not even exhausted the 4 years. He's looking forward to another 4 years and maybe another 8 years. Why can't people just understand that our problem is caused by our leaders? That is truth. Kelly, even if it's one, even if I remember when Buhari was here, every time we hear trillion, so company in America or where they are coming to, there's one name they are using that time to revive the refinery. There's a name, turnaround maintenance. It happened over time, over and over, and we hear billions. Yet, even when this government came, we hear, oh, it will start operational. It will be operational from January. Yeah. January, it's been shifted to August. August to October. October to next year. Is it no wickedness, Kelly? So let us leave America, Iran, or Dangote alone. You can't tell me that if I raise my money, it's like president wife. It's like president wife telling the video and Brother Boy that having sleepless night to compose and write song and shake waist on how to make the songs sell. When they sell out the money, they should use it to help the poor. Then the people who voted that are ordinarily constituents say come and help the poor.
They'll help the rich.
They are not helping the rich. That is what it means. So, Kelly, it is until Nigeria wakes up. Nigeria will wake up. It's not about party A, party B. It's about knowing that we have a common enemy in this government.
All right. Let's introduce our conversation for opinion poll. One agency, two heads. Tinubu's directive doesn't stand. Wike's ally. Alabo George speaking. My question is simple. Is it possible for an appointee to challenge the president's authority? Let me begin with Yeah, the president actually appointed another person.
You know, that is the funny thing that I don't. That's what I tell you. What does not happen in this country, in this government, does not exist. The same president that appointed you, the same office, you said no. I want to leave. I want to contest. By the Constitution and Electoral Act, you have resigned to contest. Now, if for any reason you didn't win or you stepped down, whatever, and you want to go back to that office, I would have thought that you would have approached the authorities, knowing that some other person is already there, has replaced you. But you know what? Impunity. Somebody had told him, go back. President Tinubu is in my palm. Otherwise, I can't see how Kelly. Oh yeah, it's your namesake. Yeah, it's the name.
Look at him.
Yes,
He will do the same.
and that's how he behave.
So let me just confirm this. It is you and Mr. Ndukwe that said it.
You know, so the point is that you can imagine ordinarily the Kelly judge, the little of him I know, I don't think he has that audacity to walk enter that office and say, I am still the secretary. In fact, they call themselves DG, but Constitution call them secretary.
Executive secretary.
Yes. If something, my people say, when you see a bird on the road dancing, so the drummers and even the choir is inside the bush. That is what is happening. And now that brings us to a very fundamental point now. Has Mr. Tinubu, President Tinubu turned President Buhari, even though he said him and Buhari are one. You know, during the time of Buhari, he didn't know everything that happened in this country. Buhari didn't know. It was the late Abba Kyari that knew. Is it the same thing that we are seeing here? Is it that President Tinubu is not aware that he has appointed two persons to one position? I leave it there.
Mr. Adams.
My name is Chief Adams.
Let me read. Chief. Okay, Chief Adams. I beg your pardon. If you withdraw from contesting a day before the primaries, you don't need to resign. But if you're really contesting, you must resign at least a day before the primaries. The law didn't say resign before picking forms. The law is the law, and anything outside the law, even a directive, does not stand. Even a directive.
Have you read this book by St. Augustine, Civitas Dei?
Okay.
St. Augustine divided, that particular this into two parts. Civitas Dei is city of God. Then Civitas Terrena is city of the people. Now he differentiated and said, for the city of God, people do things because they want to inherit the kingdom of God, what they call eternal life. But in the Civitas Terrena, people talking about politics inherited by men is for them to do what they call self, pride. Anything about politics that they are doing is how they are going to make themselves better and control the system. That's St. Augustine. Now, I kept laughing when this morning one of a sister radio station called me for my opinion. I just did a note to them.
On this issue?
On this issue. And I told them, I said, there is what I have seen that is what we call anarchism in government. The present federal government is concerned with anarchists. That is, the relevance of government as proposed by the Nigerian Constitution has been lost. It's no longer a government, it's not a democracy, but a mobocracy. Plutocracy.
That's a government controlled by mob.
That is, mob does not mean that you must be violent. Political mobs. There are those, if I want to mob you here, even as you're on phone, I can bring about 3 4 people. We will not allow you to talk. You understand? We will not allow you to talk. Then plutocrats. Then who are the plutocrats? The plutocrats look at it and say, look, I don't care about what happens to the ordinary man on the street. As far as I get my bacon, my corned beef, and whatever to eat, and my children. That is the end, and that is the essence of government. Now, for Alabo Graham Douglas or so, I don't know, Kelly Douglas, if I have the opportunity of advising him, you know my stand of political whatever. If I have the opportunity of advising him, I will tell him, my young man, are you a lawyer or a builder or whatever? Go back to your chambers and practice your law or practice your trade. Now, it makes difference.
Chief, let's go for the news. When we come back, we'll continue. Right? Please stay with us. We're back shortly.
Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News update.
Good morning. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Kelly Ikemenjima. The presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress (NDC), Peter Obi, has pledged not to target or persecute opposition groups if he wins the 2027 election. He made a disclosure during an interview, saying he believes Nigeria needs a strong and active opposition. The former Anambra State governor said his administration would focus on making institutions work properly and would avoid any abuse of power, adding that he would not prosecute anyone politically or go after opponents, but would instead work with them, including inviting opposition leaders to discussions during national crisis, noting that good governance requires collaboration, not intimidation. Our chieftain of the All Progressives Congress, Osita Okechukwu, has urged African Democratic Congress ADC presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar to step down from the 2027 race and play the role of a statesman, speaking cause lasting damage to both the PDP and Nigeria's democracy. According to him, Atiku's emergence as PDP candidate in 2022, despite calls to zone the ticket to the south after Buhari's tenure, triggered the crisis that led to the G5 governors' rebellion. Okechukwu argued that if Atiku had allowed a southerner to run, the PDP would have remained stronger even if it lost the election, instead of facing the internal collapse it is dealing with currently. The lawyer representing Borno North Senatorial District, Mohammed Mungono, has described the failure to implement the capital component of the national budget as an impeachable offense. Mungono made the remark during a meeting of the Senate Committee on Finance on the state of the nation's economy, where the Minister of Finance, Taiwo Oedele, responded to questions from lawmakers on government revenue and budget implementation. The senator questioned why the 2025 budget had not been fully implemented despite government revenue collections, noting that the National Assembly had extended the lifespan of the budget till September to allow the implementation of part of the capital projects, but expressed concern that even the promised level of execution had not been achieved. Mungono also raised concerns about funding for security agencies, saying they had reportedly received no capital allocations despite the country's security challenges. On the foreign scene, the U.S. military has launched another round of strikes against Iran, marking the 10th consecutive night of attacks. U.S. Central Command said the strikes targeted Iranian military command centers, missile and drone launch sites, air defense systems, and maritime capabilities used to threaten ships in the Strait of Hormuz. President Donald Trump said the attacks were carried out in honor of 3 U.S. soldiers killed recently, 2 in Jordan and 1 in Iraq, and warned Iran would face further retaliation. Responding, Iran said it struck 2 oil tankers in the waterway, as well as U.S. military assets in Bahrain and Kuwait, with President Masoud Pezeshkian declaring Iran was now fighting a full-scale war with the U.S. And that's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Good morning. Thank you for your time.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
All right, thank you all. Let's return to our conversation. Now go straight to Chief Adams, who was speaking earlier.
Yes, so you found out that he was talking about law. They were talking about law. Electoral Act gave whatever.
Yes.
I don't know that he quoted the particular section 88 or thereabout also. Is it section 88?
Yes.
Good. And one person also quoted section 137, etc. But I said that they read section 306 of 1999 Constitution. Section 306 concerns political appointees or any appointees of government. Okay. That the moment the president, gives an appointment, you have the right to resign if you want to resign. There too, the president can also ask to resign for political reason, as the case may be. And once you've done that resignation, you cannot rescind it. You understand? You cannot go back and say, I went there and I'm coming back to take that particular seat. Appointment is by the president. Now, what they are doing, they are confusing two things. Now, number one, as a civil servant under the law, under the Nigerian law.
Could that be by virtue of
yes,
he accepting that appointment?
A civil servant, that is, you know what a civil servant, a bureaucrat now.
Okay.
Like permanent secretary,
okay,
DGs or federal ministries, whatever. You understand the point now? Directors of, if they want to participate in politics or anything at all, if they resign and they didn't get, they can come back to civil service.
Well, if they resign,
yes,
they can come back.
Fact check me. They can come back. You know, civil servants alone, not public officers.
Okay.
You know, Ken Douglas, what they call that man,
he's a public officer.
He's a public officer, not a civil servant.
Okay.
That is where they are mixing the whole whatever case may be. You know, for civil servants, yes, there's an option of coming back if for instance you have resigned and you want to come because that man was not employed by the president but by the civil service. But that Douglas was employed by the president. And if the president that employed you, you have turned in your resignation and he has accepted it. You cannot arbitrarily come back.
So
it is the president that cannot either recall you and start a fresh appointment, as the case may be.
So let me ask the question here. I know that for the fact that they've announced, because Bayo confirmed it there,
yes,
that someone else has been announced to fill that position, it will clearly suggest, I use the word suggest,
yes,
that Korenama may have resigned his initial position.
Yes.
Who?
Judge Kelly.
He resigned now. He
resigned his initial position. But he is claiming now that just because he had an intention to go and contest, and then he changed his mind to return, it's not supposed to deny him the office that he occupied.
No, that is wrong. That is wrong. Even on that section, I think 88 of the Electoral Act that they quoted is subservient to section 306 of the 1999 Constitution that concerns himself. Says that the moment you have gone out of office, you cannot come back as you have resigned. Political appointees. You understand the point now? And the president has made an appointment filling that particular vacant position you left. You cannot come back. The only person that can bring you back is that same president that appointed you in the first instance.
Do you see him winning this contest?
He can't win it. That's it. That's
no, but when you say he can't win it,
he can't. He win it as how?
He has a yes on weekend.
Okay.
As a political
on the political whatever. I was thinking about legalese.
No, this is not about legalese.
No, because if it's legal, he cannot win it. But politically, yes, he can win it. The reason is not far-fetched. You understand? I talk about plutocrats. You know when plutocrats are in government, what happens is this. Just to make a phone call and say, Oga, please, maybe the president has even, maybe forgot about this, or maybe he has not heard. Maybe when Wike points that to him and say, Oga, look, that my boy that left this day that day, he's back. Oh. The president can tell that man, okay, Oga, you leave that seat, go to this other position. Let this man return to BCDA, or as they call it, as case may be. You understand? Just to make to make politics work. You understand the point? But on the legal side, I was trying to explain the legal side to them. Because why I even talk about the legal side was that the person that was on the other side was talking about the legality of his return to office, citing and quoting the same excuse that you gave, that he has that premature authority. I wanted to do this, but I decided to change my mind. But the point there is that the moment you write a letter of resignation and the other party acknowledges it, that is the end of it. You understand? The only way you can come back to that particular position is if the appointer, that is the person that appoints you, shows you mercy and say, look, oh, this guy, I need you. Sorry, we miss you so much. Come back and take over. But you cannot arbitrarily, do that under the law.
So what is happening now? Why we're even talking about this? It seems like he's forcing himself to remain.
That is what is happening. And two is that the question we should ask him.
This will be like 5.
Yeah, no, this is 7. 7. The question we are asking now is this: Is that BC? It's like the BCD is so juicy.
I don't know.
No, I'm saying, would you respect? It's so juicy like a honey pot. That so if I leave, because the honey pot I found in there of gold, I must have to go back and finish my unfinished business.
Isn't it also possible that they don't know anything other than politics?
I don't think so.
I know they work with customs and immigration.
Ah.
All these routes
I
where
don't know what they do.
The border
the border community.
Either they are into upstream petroleum, whatever. I don't know. But that is the truth. And let me tell you, for people who are listening to me, I'm saying this in a very objective manner. You understand the point now? Because I cannot say a bad thing, then I begin to encourage people to do it, as the case may be. It's very wrong of us as Nigerians. Please, we should speak the truth at all times, no matter whose us is God.
Doctor.
Please.
Dr. Waigwe.
Secondly, it's unfortunate. The Bible says, by their fruits, you shall know them. We have seen the identifying hallmark of this administration. And it's very shameful to our president. Do you know that this shows that our president is a de jure president? That we have a de facto president behind it.
That's wiki.
I don't know who they. But this incident is showing you that.
That's what he suggested.
What this incident is showing you. Do you know the kind?
I just mentioned him now.
Do you know?
But that's a question now. Wiki is a
Please
question.
continue.
Do you know that
it's a hanging remark?
the kind of power Nigerian president is accorded by the constitution is the same president, somebody, an appointee, is saying no. The president statement has nothing. So he has to challenge the president. In administration.
He actually said, this part, let me just read this part.
Even the local government chairman, it's an insult.
The law didn't say resign before picking forms.
So
the law is the law, and anything outside the law, even a directive, does not stand.
So he's talking about directive of Nigerian president. I'm not talking about a local government chairman. In public administration, this in fact, a president can resign for this because it's the greatest insult anybody can give you.
President that they made.
It is the greatest insult. It doesn't matter whether it's your child. That tells you you are the de jure president. There is somebody else. Maybe that person, this appointee, is the one behind that. Is a person who has the power that says, please go back after you have resigned. And the president has the guts. A Nigerian president. That's shameful.
Are you sure he's aware?
His handler responded.
What about the handler? That's the whole essence.
That George is wrong.
That is the whole essence.
That Namdas is the one in that office.
No, I'm talking about.
Bayo said so.
No, that's exactly what it takes. When the media is doing their job, because when this thing comes up, a president can say, "Who give me this highest insult?" That's the highest insult you can give to. Look at any other banana republic president, not Nigerian president. But what it exposes to him is that you are not the de facto president. I think, the lawyers know what we mean de facto and de jure president. He's just by law. But there is somebody behind the scene that's wielding the greatest power. And even if the president says, you can't act, my boy is returning, you don't have option. What are your handlers doing? That is an insult, a slap to the president. And that I will stop that.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Kelly, did UNMC Kelly resign? That is the question.
And he's his friend.
Did he resign? Let us
but if he
look at that.
If he did not resign,
yes,
right?
There won't be a replacement.
I can't say
Good.
authoritatively. But if he did not resign, the presidency would not have made a fresh appointment. Because Bayo was asked the same thing, and Bayo in his response said, "Not true. Namdas stays."
Kelly.
So a replacement has been made for that same position.
Kelly, please. You see, when you bring in reply of that, is it Bayo? Bayo. I'll become uncomfortable.
Okay.
He can reply another reply.
Certain things he has replied. will not turn out to be like that in the end.
No, but this are for. Okay, let me read this.
Good.
If you withdraw from contesting a day before the primaries, you don't need to resign.
Good.
But if you're really contesting, you must resign at least a day before the primaries.
Thank you.
The law didn't say resign before picking forms. The law is the law, and anything outside the law, even a directive, does not stand.
You see, no. You see, I cannot claim to understand the law.
He's interpreting the constitution.
I can't understand. I claim to understand the law like JC and Adams.
No, I can't interpret
very
the law
clearly.
like that.
But Kelly, I think the person that is writing that is not an illiterate. He understands what it means that somebody should resign and somebody did not resign. So the crux of the whole thing is that, did George Kelly resign? If he didn't resign, for me, except otherwise, as Adams is explaining that he's not in civil service, for public servants, because he's not Tinubu that started presidency in this country. There have been other presidents. In the run-up to election, he said, if you want to contest, resign. That was exactly the kind of thing that Rotimi Amechi made now.
Yes.
When he came to contest go to the primaries and all that. Now, I don't think that law has changed in the case of George Kelly. I don't think so.
It has.
So if he didn't resign, that is why. And again, Kelly think. President Tinubu, does he not know that George Kelly, for instance, resigned? That was why he appointed another person. And if for instance, he did not resign, that's why he's keeping quiet now.
No, but you know, another thing here is, let's also assume that George Kelly did not resign.
Good.
Right? We're assuming.
No, we're assuming now.
We're assuming. We don't have all the facts. I did not carry out this investigation.
George Kelly is not here. You would have just sounded him.
I don't
have the facts.
Chief Adam, I did not carry out this investigation.
I understand.
This was done by Daily Trust. I was just looking at the merits of their report, right? Let's assume that George Kelly did not resign. But there is no way that the Tinubu administration will not be aware that he participated in the APC primaries.
That's correct. That's correct.
There is no way they won't be aware that he picked form to contest for the primaries.
Good.
He probably attended the screening. I said probably.
He did.
Because I cannot confirm. But he probably attended the screening. And all of these things will be something that the president will be privy to. That, okay, this person was appointed into this office. This person has shown interest to contest for the governorship seat in his state on the platform of our party. And he has taken the steps forward in that regard. Resignation or no resignation, we're taking the next step in filling that vacancy because I have given a directive.
Now, see. I think for me, my understanding maybe of the law. If, for instance, there's a law, an established law, and then there's a directive, lawyers are here. Which one will take precedent over?
But there is a law now.
There's a law.
No, you see, that's why I'm saying this is... No, Adams, wait, please. Why I'm saying this is this. If Kelly did not resign, and President Tinubu knows, for instance, our assumption, we should not base it on one side. Another side of it could be that George Kelly came back. Maybe it was just a word. Sir, I'm going to do this, let's see. And he came back at that time to Rivers State and was told, now go back, this thing, you won't touch it. He went back. At that time, would he go back to his office? So the thing is complex. They've not explained it to the point that one will understand that George Kelly resigned. And because if he does, he has no business going back there, no matter whoever is covering him.
So I want to ask him that question.
Go ahead.
If the president had replaced him, doesn't it suggest that that position is no longer vacant?
That is if the president understands what happens.
No.
Yes, because
that question is very straight. President of Nigeria, who ab initio appointed George Kelly into an office, the moment, in fact, let's even assume that George Kelly did not even resign.
Good.
The moment the same president that appointed you decided to appoint another person,
it means you are sacked.
It means you are sacked.
Well, that's what it will suggest.
But it's also correct to say the president may not be fully aware of the
Yes,
circumstances.
Kelly, that brings us to a very fundamental issue. President Tinubu came here openly
No,
and
let
told
him
us,
finish.
told us that
I insist.
Him and Buhari are one.
Mr. Ndugwe, please finish. I insist.
Whether they are two or one. You see, the issue now, Kelly, the way I'm looking at it, because I'm not thinking that George Kelly is very hungry. That will make him go back and must handle this position, knowing that you had left that position already. You were not flogged to leave that place to come to maybe something you thought would be bigger. And it didn't work out that way. You can't go back because he's not the owner of Nigeria. So I'm thinking, listening to what you have read there, that he may not have resigned. And so the winds of words are now getting back to the president to say, you see, this my boy, I told you that, in fact, we didn't accept him in that thing. He is back. Because if not, it's the president that appointed another person, as they said now. Why is it difficult to say, no, Kelly, go back? Because another person is manning that position. But he keeping quiet. That now brings me back to what every time Turaki-led faction of PDP will say that former President Jonathan is their candidate. And the problem I said, I don't have problem with Turaki and all that. They are looking for a man of excellence to man that position. But the person I have problem with is former President Jonathan, who has given up blanket silence. Why are you keeping quiet so that people know exactly where you are? The same President Tinubu, if you appointed another person to replace Kelly, and then Kelly is back, and you are keeping quiet, what are you doing?
Does he know?
That is it. That's what I'm saying.
He took over from himself.
And if he doesn't know, then
Let me tell
George
you.
Kelly is not wrong.
Tinubu said he took over from himself because him and Buhari are one. I know Buhari is used to not knowing anything. So Tinubu may not know.
He knows. You know why I'm saying this? I'm coming there. I do not want to. The reason why Nigeria is at this
Let me
crossroad-
just read something.
Okay.
Please.
The section 306 you mentioned.
Yes.
It outlines the rules for voluntary resignation from any public office established
Yes.
by the Constitution. It stipulates that resignation takes effect the moment the written resignation letter is received by the specified authority rather than when it is approved. So the question again is, did George Kelly resign?
Thank you, Kelly. That's the crux.
That's a valid question. Did
That's
George
the
Kelly
crux.
resign?
It might be that he did not.
The section 88, which has been of contention as well, it's also actually quite vague somewhat, especially regarding George Kelly's situation that we're talking about right now. It was open just now. Just give me a moment, please, so that we can put all of this in context. But we know at the center of this will be politics, really.
Of course.
A political
Politicians will always be
political
politicians.
appointee at any level shall not be a voting delegate or be voted for at the convention, congress, primaries of any political party for the purpose of the nomination of candidates for any election. So another thing here is, even if he withdrew from that race, did he vote? That's another issue entirely. Yes. If he withdrew from that race,
let me tell you.
You're saying that because of his
Do
political
you know why I
party,
say so?
he cannot be prosecuted.
The affidavit is submitted.
Which affidavit?
Wait.
Can perform such
The affidavit is submitted.
Which affidavit?
Wait, I'm coming. It's one of those things I want to contest. I've resigned. I've done this. Whatever etc.
There's something my friend. There's something my
it's a right direction that is following.
Yes,
I understand.
We can put all of these things on the frame.
Those processes may not be found
It
anywhere.
happened.
What
Let me
happened?
tell you, he resigned. He resigned.
Do you have a copy of
Are
my
you
Wait.
insisting that he
He
resigned?
resigned. I insist.
Okay.
He resigned. He resigned. All right.
Okay.
The letter transmitted, number one, and the authority received that letter. And based on that resignation, that was why the appointer
appointed another person.
appointed another person to fill that vacuum because later a boss vacuum. He never said acting. Look on Nanuga is correct because he never said acting. I don't even understand. He never said acting.
Adams, your position is clear.
If it
Very
is substantive
clear, but not in
position.
this contest.
What I'm saying now is that, let me tell you what this is incongruous, with ethics and why Nigeria will make like this is this.
We know.
Assuming so, all you have said here is correct. The deal is that he did not do what? But the law says so. What happens to people like Rotimi and Mechi that resign their positions?
That's the one you talk of integrity.
What happened about the other people who obeyed the law and resigned? And when they couldn't get the office, they maintained other tax. What happens? You know why I'm saying this now is this. Plato said, there is no bad law. There is no good law. But we have bad people and good people. You understand? The bad people will disobey the law. And that is what's happening here now. That is why society is so bad. And unfortunately, the nation called Nigeria is being governed by unreasonable men right from 1999 to date.
Okay, so let me read something.
It's sad.
I'm trying to follow as much information as possible. So this is a presidential Villa State House press release.
By Onanuga.
President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has appointed Abdulrazak Namdas as the new Director General of the Border Communities Development Agency. Dr. Namdas replaces Dr. Dakorinama Alabo George, who resigned to contest for an elected post in his home state.
Yes.
Right? Also, President Tinubu appointed some other persons and so on and so forth. Signed Bayo Onanuga, special advisor to the president.
Kelly, fundamentally,
what are we talking about now?
Kelly, fundamentally, what you read is correct. But let us even go to the nitty-gritty. What the law provides is executive secretary. This appointment from Judge Kelly says what? Director General.
No, it's executive secretary.
No, read what did you just say what you read.
Executive what?
Even if it's executive secretary, you read
okay,
the
new Director General.
That's what Director General. Now, that commission is to be headed by executive secretary.
Okay.
Now, when you say a house is defective, now we'll talk about law. It cannot be something or nothing and expect it to stand. The nomenclature, where they were even appointed, it's unknown to law.
Okay.
That is what is his position there.
That's a
Director General.
It may be
of the whatever.
Of the
there was the
border commission.
Executive
The argument that the constitution recognizes that office, the person to head that office,
as
to be addressed and called executive secretary.
No, you see, just interpretation. Interpretation, nomenclature.
No, wait.
Listen, I'm just coming there.
It's in the
Kelly,
constitution.
can we? Yes, I understand. You see, let me put something this way. You know, there are associations you see.
Not put well.
They say exchequer. They say exchequer, treasurer. You understand the point now? Nomenclature, in my own opinion, cannot affect the substance. Who is heading? That is what is there. Whether it's called DG or secretary, or it's called attorney general, or what case may be. For me, my own opinion, does not. We can discuss that on another day.
No problem.
I have read this to back it up. You understand? Interpretation Act.
Okay.
You go there, you see that what is there is this, a DG, whatever. It depends on the functions of the office. The nomenclature, in my own opinion, does not really, carry. But it is wrong that a man who resigned will come back and challenge the authority. That is wrong.
So
it's wrong, please.
Is truly the answer.
Nigerians have been speaking about this, the release or rescue of the Oyo victims, right? While we have a detailed account of how the SSS was able to, the security agencies got them out, a teacher came out with somewhat of a controversy. They say the officer just came, the terrorists came, smiled at us and told us, you are free to go. And they let them go. That's the summary of it. Former SSS Director General says, well, two truths could be possible. It's possible that the terrorists actually let them go because they were under pressure from the Nigerian government, and they had to kowtow.
It's a possibility.
Keep a front like we're still in control of this space and let them go. But another thing that comes to mind is the distance that he described they had to walk before they met the Nigerian security agency that actually took them from that point to where they are. Other stories seem to corroborate to a large extent the life sentence of one of two terrorists, right? It corroborates that maybe they had feelers that this was happening and it could affect the government posture in their prosecution. So they didn't want to give a plea. And eventually when they realized that those abducted had been released, right? They quickly entered the guilty plea so that they can get a lesser sentence. There seems to be corroboration.
That's
so the
right.
SSS is insisting that no, we don't want a life sentence. We want a death sentence for these terrorists because a life sentence would be too soft for the kind of offense that they've committed. Do you think that the both truth could actually exist and it is real, Dr. Waigwe? Or you feel that indeed government may have paid ransom to get them out?
Second, in Nigeria, everything is possible. Everything is possible. The statement from the insider saying such a thing, I may not be here to debunk it. My point is that in Nigeria, anything is possible. But do the DSS has the right to say no, we want to appeal?
They are the one prosecutor.
So yes, you have the right, but the judge has the right.
No, but they have the right to appeal.
But if the judge has taken a position until you get to the Supreme Court,
they're appealing.
So you can appeal that. But in Nigeria, anything is possible.
That's a straight way of answering it. Mr. Williams.
Is it, Kelly, the corroboration you talked about here, I can see it almost like a mirage. Okay. When it appears that, there appears to be corroboration. As you probe further, you don't see it.
It shows you why it's a mirage.
Yeah. Now, the condition, by the account of this other teacher, that the people just came, smiled at them and say, you may not leave. Don't forget that these two people facing trial had earlier pleaded a non-guilty plea. And of course, the effect would have been that if their matter is proven beyond reasonable doubt, then the maximum sentence
would have applied.
That would have been what?
That is true. Then the security agency, the DSS, would have been smart here. How do I mean? They would have been smart. These people have been sentenced to life imprisonment, meaning they were not released to go. They are still within the reach of the security agencies. Whereas these other people are out.
Now, there are more prosecutions. So the federal government filed charges against some terrorist members.
Yes, that's
that
what I'm saying.
responsible.
But the one that was given as a condition for the release of these children were these two persons. Now, the court in its wisdom say sentenced to life imprisonment. Meaning they are still within the reach of the DSS. No wonder the DSS will now say we want to appeal. Because after all, our people are out. There's nothing again to bargain with. So that's why I say...
So we can press for the harsher sentence.
Exactly. That's why I say the corroboration appears to be okay. But the more you probe, it's like it's a mirage. Is it true? Is it not true? So in a nutshell, I want to suggest that, you see, when you kill, the maximum penalty should be given to you. Don't forget that these people, they said they beheaded two of the teachers. Then, assuming without conceding that it is this what do you call that, their group? Asaro that did that. And then you just tell these two people to stroll into prison and stay there. And in Nigeria, everything is possible. Then tomorrow we hear that it's a jailbreak. The two people that are sentenced to life imprisonment will hear, there was a jailbreak. They have escaped. It happens in Nigeria.
But you also know that there is a bigger problem with even this life sentence. When governors are not signing,
that is it. That's part of it.
The death warrant.
Yes. How many of them? Let me even say, it is better. No, it's not almost the same thing. It is better that you are on the death row.
Okay.
We know that you're on the death row. Than you just stay. They say life imprisonment. The danger in life imprisonment is that Some of them stay there and become even more influential. When they're on death row, they don't have, if you visit prison, those people on death row, they don't mingle. You don't see them anyhow in the prison. They are kept, yes. They don't expose them.
CC.
You understand? So, but you see, when they say life imprisonment, some of them even turn there. There's a name they call them they are the people that stay at the prison gate. When you come to see your inmates, general, they clear, but they are life sentence. Tomorrow we hear there's prison break, and their men have released them.
A clear difference.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
Kelly.
Chief Adams.
I want to profile this. An accused person has the right to say I'm guilty, I'm not guilty during arraignment. Now, if the man says I am guilty, in this case, the judge under the law has to sentence.
And the
you convict first, then you sentence. Now, in the process, before the judge sentences a criminal, the judge will say allocutors. You understand? That is prerogative of mercy. Do you have anything to say that will sway the court? You understand? From applying the maximum. That is number one. One of the reasons, I've done a lot of allocutors. One of the reasons maybe that has been exploited by the defense lawyer was this issue of release or whatever by their group. Two, that they have pleaded guilty, they did not waste the cost time.
And they have
prosecution etc. Spending money and all those are things that will sway the judex, as the case may be. Now, in this case, the judge is torn between applying the maximum and also the lesser sentence. What is the judge going to do? The law says, for instance, politicians who are, for me, those politicians are even worse than these terrorists. Those who steal. A man has about 1.6 trillion naira in properties alone. A man has 92 billion paid for just 3 children in school abroad. Who is the biggest killer? Who is the murderer here? So, but let us leave it. It is Nigeria. History will judge everybody. Now, the man who has stolen comes to say, I am giving my 600 billion naira out of the 1 billion. Then I will look at him and say, okay, he has released 600 billion out of what is told to Nigeria government. Then they will say 2 years imprisonment. I don't even understand.
Yeah. Is it a strange instrument in law?
It's not strange, but it's being misapplied in Nigeria here.
Plea bargain is being misapplied in Nigeria.
In Nigeria here, it's not in America. Many nations are able to do that. A lot of countries will accept plea bargaining in their civil whatever. Go for the punishment as case may be. Okay. But the judge had the latitude. And the judge is not in between the devil and the WC. And that's okay. if the law says the man has entered into a plea of guilt, and based on allocutors by the lawyer, I am going to, you understand, the judge has between 0 to 5. He now says he's giving 2. But we are saying it is not enough. You understand the point now? It is not enough. Then we are not going back to what Jeremy Bentham's talk or said about the principles of open justice. Where lies the justice? If the man is not convicted and say, yes, I support life and death by whatever, it's going to affect the next who are coming. They'll say, after all, when we get there, they're not able to agree. So let us kill, so that when they catch us, we know we are going to face the death sentence.
Okay, so let me bring you back to the primary issue here.
Yes.
Do you think both truths actually exist, that they released them because the government was applying a lot of pressure on them?
Yes.
Or they released them because the ransom may have been paid?
I believe that ransom was not paid. That is my own, that they released them because pressure was on them.
Pressure was on
I
them.
have never seen where terrorists will go and release people. They must kill one. I was even thinking that they're going to take care of one of those 2 people. Oh. And finally on this, people have been making this thing. If you look at security, whatever, police will tell you 10 cars were recovered. Do you think those cars were recovered from armed robbers? No. When a car, it happened to me. Robbers took me in my car. Police didn't come. I was the one that went to report to police. They came and towed the vehicle to their station and listed it among the recovered vehicles. You understand? So no security man will come and tell you that they were released. Rescue is rescue, but we know that they were released.
Mr. Ndukwe.
Yeah, Kelly, you see, all other aspects of this I've understood from our other analysts. But one thing that is very difficult for me, I think they said they were rescued.
Yes.
Now, in the course of that rescue, that either some people were neutralized or whatever.
Some were killed.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So which one are we hearing that somebody came and smiled to them that may have been very hard-faced before?
So clearly there are gaps here. Clearly there are gaps here. That's why when the SSS former DG said it's possible that both truths exist, they may have actually let them go before a security operation happened. That is a security operation on their base.
Perhaps on firm condition that these persons facing these trials will have this kind of judgment.
Kelly, have you seen why in this country, if anything happens, it will be as if the populace will not listen to whatever government comes out with?
Yes.
Because how can you tell me that, once I heard that I said, oh, kudos to the military and all that, all the people involved, they've gone in there, battle ensued, and they rescued the boys and girls and some men and women. But look at it. Somebody is telling me the man that had been very hard-faced before smiled at me and said, and then we went. Was it a rescue?
So what do you call it?
I don't want to believe any side.
There's a private security man, a private security man that he goes there to negotiate with you people should know he's a popular person. He goes there do negotiations with bandits and whatever. Once the money is to be paid, you understand, he will now neutralize. He will neutralize. And at the same time recover the money that so there are so many methods they use in all of all this.
Okay. And Von Patten, New York LT, we're an all Republican partner policy advisory and lobbying firm based in Washington, D.C. This page is for disseminating public interest information. Right? This is a teaser. This is a teaser. I'm not going to ask you to speak more than 2 minutes is too much because I want to open the phone lines. I will tease you with this and leave it for further conversations with the other things we're unable to touch today. Following discussions with members of Donald Trump administration, Congress and senior congressional staff, we began providing more than 60 pages of the Justice Department documents concerning the Justice Department's allegations of Nigerian President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's alleged involvement in a heroin trafficking investigation spanning the late 1980s and early 1990s. Many within the U.S. government were previously unaware of the DOJ's allegations concerning Bola Tinubu. We are changing that. Drug trafficking has devastated communities across America, claiming thousands of lives and leaving countless families forever changed. Today, we are making public only the attached chronology summarizing the DOJ's allegations. We fully intend to ensure that a complete collection of DOJ court filings, the supporting affidavit, and related federal court decisions are brought to President Trump's attention as soon as possible. This firm is a firm hired by Atiku to do some lobbying for him in the U.S.
We called it a teaser.
Yes, it's a teaser. So a teaser is quick reaction.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Nothing deep. Dr. Waigwe.
Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, I think that's very interesting.
Very interesting.
But then,
it is called a teaser
very interesting,
because there's a full document that they released.
But at the end of it all, it will only make American government to get more money from us. So get more money from us.
Chief Adams. Chief Adams.
If it's a teaser, they have to quickly unravel the others.
No, I am the one teasing you by not going into the details of it. Yeah. I want quick
Anybody that has such information should do well now before the election takes place. Because once the election takes place and the so-called drug whatever wins the election, you cannot challenge him under the electoral act.
I don't know exactly what Kelly, last time they said, they had this some kind of document, which by the time they got it, the tribunal has gone, of course, on appeal. you cannot begin to tender documents. That was what we heard that time. Now, if these documents will be made, just like my learned friend said, will be made handy now.
Now.
Let us start now. It will be a good one for Nigeria because we have suffered enough.
I don't know much because I have not seen the document. When I go through it, I will know what to answer. Even as
this will go to court.
I thought that somebody would get a quick read of this.
I don't have it. That is the reason.
No. They are not saying they want to make these documents available to Nigerians.
No, yes.
They want to make these documents available to Trump.
Yes. To act.
They want to make this document available to Trump at one moment. To Trump. Their tactic is to put pressure from there. With this document to Trump, Trump is seemingly fighting some kind of drug trafficking.
Yeah. So he will have enough ground to fight this government.
Has issues. Trump already has issues with the Tinubu administration with the so-called Christian genocide. If you add a drug issue to it, it complicates the relationship between the U.S. government and America.
Whatever that will be done to liberate Nigeria, I am in support.
He's not going to.
You remember what my conclusion has always been? That if America supports him, that if America supports him, he will come back in 2027. And of course, if it's this side that will make America not to support him. But what I want to tell you is that when two big men talk, they'll be nodding their heads. Everything will fizzle out.
That was why I told you at the end of it all, it will make the American government extract a lot. Because the president government will do everything possible to make sure that
whatever that will help to liberate Nigeria, whether it's America or Iran, I'm in support.
It is Obama. It is Obama that will place a price on Maduro said that was executed by Trump. Trump is not. Trump is with all these things. Trump said he's fighting
leader. American leader. What
a computer fell on this is corporate America.
Don't be pessimistic. If this will liberate Nigeria, I am in support.
08010951095. The phone line is open. You have 60 seconds. Make it count. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Hello, Kelly. Good morning, sir.
Hi, George, right?
Yeah, George from Origo.
Please go on.
Yes, I want to talk about the issue of Kelly. Alabama Kelly concerning resignation and resignation. I thank you so much for your comments. I am in line with you. See, the man Kelly has not even resigned. Even when, if at all he resigned, the president would have noticed that he resigned, and that is why the president cannot say anything for now because he has not fully resigned by the law. So I want to challenge those people now that have been in your studio that if they see the resignation of George Kelly, let them bring it, let us see, and not by assumption. So the man is right, and he will still remain in that office. That's nothing they can do. No matter how noise they can make in the media and anywhere, nobody will remove George Kelly there. And again, small people will be supporting.
No, you don't have time for it again. That's 60 seconds. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Hello, Kelly. Good morning.
Morning.
I beg the US and Iran, I beg, make them stop this their war because now then they know they suffer. Now we will be Nigerians, they suffer this sufferness, we they suffer. And they beg the US. Then George Kelly and appointment. More than now, we say now flooded appointment. It will happen to this one, say the ministry go this. Make we just look this thing, you go see happen again. Thank you.
Good morning to the 95.1. Welcome.
Yeah, hi Kelly. Good morning.
Mufasa, please go on.
Yeah, morning to your distinguished guest, my senior brother, Mr. Simadan. I greet you specially. Yeah, well, you see, about the George Kelly's matter, I'm not surprised because we're in this country when we had a grass cutting scandal against the former SGF of the Federation. And when some questions were put to him, he boldly asked, who is the presidency? I don't know if you guys remember that. He said, who is the presidency? So these are people who believe that, they are above the law. That a media aide to the president has officially announced to Nigerians that owing to the resignation of this individual, we are replacing him with someone else. I don't know what other grammar, I don't know what other explanation they need to tell Nigerians. For me, it's one of those things. It's a Nigerian thing, and it's quite unfortunate. As for Dangote,
Mufasa, that's your
Dangote will
time.
not make
Sorry.
himself-
Good morning to the 95.1. Welcome.
Good morning, Sir Kelly.
Hi, Madam Dr. Afro Kukana.
Madam Dr. Bukana. Every time my brother is there. Chief, good morning, sir. Sir Kelly, it's your colleague said, it's your namesake. Kelly, Port Harcourt Kelly, politician Kelly. I want to say that if he did resign, I don't know, he has come back. The person that was brought there should give him chance. Let him see, because his tenure has not elapsed. He should be allowed to complete his tenure. He went for a thing and he didn't do it. He has gone back. He's a rivers man. He should stay there and finish his tenure. Madam Dr. Bukana, thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Good morning. If you had said something different, I would have been shocked. Good morning. Morning, sir.
And good morning, our ladies in the studio.
Thank you,
My
morning.
name is John Africa from Opopo. That is what we see in a country. A country that leaders are failures. Just didn't resign. They appoint somebody again. President appointed in that position. He didn't resign. Soldiers went to the bush and tell us. They come back with 8 salaries. T9. Rescue our children. When we are asking how, where, when, what was the fighting? They say we are asking so much. We would like to ask. Instead of why would we ask? But we are grateful that our children and their mothers and their teachers have relented back again. Let them continue. Let them continue because it's no more quiet again.
Thank you. Good morning to the 95.1. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, members of the panel.
Good morning.
Sir. Morning.
My name is Josiah, calling from your concerning the resignation of the Kelly. When the president announced it, it was everywhere now that he has resigned. As long as the grandmaster is there, the former government, nothing will happen. It was the same thing with OK Kinda. Nobody knew it, even up after the primary, before the news came that he had resigned the social day, but it was not announced. Nigeria is a terrible state, mostly river state. Everything here is Maradona. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Good morning to the 95.1.
A very good morning to you, Kelly.
Welcome.
Yes, Dr. Waigwe, I greet you.
Morning, sir.
Yes, so I'm happy to hear your voice. Is one of your ideal students back in 2015. On the resignation and no resignation, you see, these are the manipulations and compromise they do before or during elections. And I want to tell them, if they continue like this, Nigeria as a country will lag or pause, will lag behind. The country will pause. So we should do everything possible as the people and then begin to put these people on their toes so that we can have a place called a country. I don't want to start using derogatory words this morning. It's quite unfortunate. I have to go and have my manners with this meeting. But otherwise, we are greeting once again.
Good morning to the 95.1. Welcome.
Hello. Good morning.
Morning.
This is Tony also. Yeah, Kerry, talking about the just concluded LP election. Yeah, I am not a lawyer. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah. Well, as a man who is working on the sideline, a novice in the law, an industry in the law, and I don't look at I have this responsibility to make comments. So, we know, with good sense of, responsibility. You see, we are just begging them to please do the missing. Because the law, lawyers are hallowed people. You know, what affects them affects virtually every every human. So because they have a strategic position. So
All
they
right.
should do all within their list to ensure that they what they are doing is they are watching.
All right. Thank you. Good morning to the 95.1. Welcome.
Kelly, good morning to your guests. My name is Alabo Nerugladwes from Asaito Local Government. Kelly, on resignation and reinstatement of Alabo Josh Kelly. Kelly, the federal government, the Nigerian society heard about his resignation and reinstated. And just yesterday or 2 days ago, Mr. President, we appointed some persons. And now, at that time, when Mr. President said his reinstatement should immediately alacrity. Some are wondering, people are just suffering themselves. Can your Nigerian justice, in fact, I prefer that there should be Sharia law. Life imprisonment is not going. When we president sign or governor will sign, so the Sharia law, if you kill, they kill you. If you steal, they cut your arm. Let it be implemented. God bless everyone. Thank you. Hello.
Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Kelly, good morning.
Morning.
Kelly, most times we are surprised at certain things. When was beginning, a state of emergency was here, which everybody knows where it's coming from. FCC suddenly becomes a situation whereby there are no more single treasury accounts. They can spend what they like. But you'll be surprised. They may even say that well, the other man appointed was so was it not possible everything they went into PDP separate? They FCC election. Was it not here? Well, are we not here? Sometimes you look at it as surprise. It's the response that is here. That is still getting that at the moment of PDP. Suddenly becoming an FCC member. Imagine as FCC president, governor candidate university. So people shouldn't be surprised. There's worse than that when you have to that they are not shameful about it.
Thank you. Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome.
Good morning, Kelly.
Hello, Frank.
Yeah, I greet all your guests in the studio. Yeah. Let me comment on the comment of Kwankwaso saying that Obi have agreed to run only one time. If it's true that Obi have agreed to run only one time, Obi should come out publicly because this same rumor goes around during the other time. We don't know that the other have reached agreement with Northerners that he will run only one time. At the end of the day, he run against for second tenor and Northerners refuse to vote for him. They should not use us as play politics. They should allow us anything that they are doing just from a certain region. Please, thank you and God bless you.
Good morning. Today 95.1. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm calling from outside, so excuse me by name. Hello.
We're listening to you, sir.
Hello, morning, sir. I'm speaking. I say good morning. I'm calling back. Excuse me by name.
We said good morning already. Please go on.
I'm surprised, though. If, for instance, let me ask you a question. If truly that your judge is not resign, why is it that Mr. President will appoint somebody in that very office if Mr. President is not aware of it? Why would you point somebody in that office if Mr. President is not aware? Because Mr. President is aware that your judge has resigned. That was the reason why they appointed somebody in that office to take over that office. So still has no space in that office. That's why you already okay. For instance, if your name was filled, so we're going to present a governorship candidate in 8 River State. Will you go back to that office? Will you go back to that office?
All right.
That's
the point. That's your time. Final call. Good morning. Today 95.1.
Very good morning.
Morning.
This is to show that my name is Gentleman. This is to show that FCT minister have hijacked the government of Nigeria from the hands of Tinubu. Because I do no reason why somebody would resign and see asking to come back that you are in charge and the man will not say anything. You see all these old men that we are voting into power. The same thing will happen into hand during the time of Buhari. All the people surrounding around him were the one controlling the government. They know nothing about what is going on. So when Nigeria is suffering. Thank you, Tim.
All right, thank you, Dental Bobo, for your contribution. We'll do WhatsApp messages in a bit, but let's read some of the texts that have come in so far. All right, thank you all. Let's go to X. Wisdom Chimele Dingba says, good morning, Kelly. I believe he's on something. Maybe he'll release a counter statement that he was quoted out of context. Okay, maybe that may happen. Out from X for opinion poll. Let's go to Facebook for opinion poll and the others. All right, opinion poll, Facebook. Hello, John. Good morning, Kelly and the panelists. It's very, very possible for an appointee to challenge the directive of the president because Wike is involved and heavens will not fall. The presidency should go and hug a transformer if they don't like it. Sam Odubio. Good morning, Mr. Kelly. Oh, yes. What did you expect? No Wike, no president, because Wike is part of the presidency. If you look at it very well, he is right. Don't forget, Nigeria is a country of particular concern. Anything can happen. Thank God ability attribute before an appointee wakes up and challenges his master, someone is beating the drum for him. Kurufe Okore, who is the presidency without Wike? With time, the president will be taking directives from Wike and nothing would be wrong about it. It's called a country of peculiar concern, and so anything is possible. Emeka Hoyagu says, an appointee can challenge the president's authority and heaven will not fall. Skifu Pero, in a democracy, a country where things are working, he can. What should I follow? NS Sigoji, it can only be possible in a country called, you can answer it then. Lorenzo Delight, this one is tough, but let's see how it will end. Sunday as well, replicate of all animals are equal, but some are more equals than the others. Confused administration. Ejiofor Oishi, they say Kelly is claiming the position back because, Kelly is claiming the position back because Wike is backing him up and it's totally wrong. How can you resign your position and later come back to claim it when there's already a replacement? They are making a mess of this government. Amity Prince, this type of headline is there. Super Ted McDonald, yes, he or she can, depending on the kind of authority. That is, authority is to slap someone without or with reason. The appointee can challenge authority. Again, it depends on the carrier of the authority. Bright, Dakwo, good morning, respected Nigerians. I think there is a gap in communication between the presidency and the agency. These politicians can't be trusted. It's unheard of anywhere in the world for an appointee to be questioning the president's directive. The question we should be asking is who is in charge in that said agency? Is it Dr. Kelly's political godfather or the president? Nothing is completely new with the new APC, with the APC federal government. All right. And then General Post, Dr. Mrs. Sima Libera from Owerri. Peter Obi is the man of his word. Sentiments apart, Peter Obi conspicuously stands. All right. Thank you, madam. Oyema Sylvester Kanayo, Tinubu appoints Ayodele Fayose into federal agency. I hope this same agency will not be tagged fake agency tomorrow after 2027 general election. Sami Ekere, Accountant General mandated us to open accounts for Phantom Council. I hope the government and presidency will not deny this because the mess in this government is unusual. All right, those are your contributions for our Facebook handle. Let's switch to that WhatsApp now and listen to some of your contributions.
Good morning, Sir Television. To pay an respect to get, I commend the National Assembly for beginning the probe of fake agency.
Kelly, on your opinion poll, see, like what Anna said there, that not everything is possible in today's Nigeria. Kelly, do you know? Kelly, come to think of it, Nigeria has how many budgets running? Kelly, have you ever heard before that a country will have like 2 or 3 different budgets running concurrently in the same year? No. Today, our currency from 500, 200, 500, 1,000. Kelly, we're having 2 different currencies since when? So that's a very you get confused. Kelly, seriously, everything is possible in this government. Look at what's happening. Resign, resign. The president, there is no sign. Kelly, I don't tire. Thank you. My name.
Good morning, Kelly and the great panelists. Our country is really not doing us well. If at all we have a decent government that is doing everything well and everything is in place for us, this war in the Middle East that has caused the price hike in the crude over there would have been a great blessing to us. It would have been a great blessing for us. We wouldn't have think of fuel prices high or whatever. This crude price hike in the Middle East is caused by the Middle East crisis. Would have been a great blessing to us. By the time we sell the crude above the budgetary benchmark, that would have been a great oil windfall for us that would have reflected in the livelihood of the people in the land. But look at, because we are corrupt, we cannot build the refineries, and we don't have anything to refine. We rely on Dangote, and even Dangote is doing Yanga for us and all that. And look at where we are. We are crying.
All right. Good news, okay, today. I think that's a contribution. The last caller was about to say his name before I cut him off. So let's take his name.
That's Director Sandy. Kelly, I don't tire. Thank you. My name is Jude.
Jude. It's only fair that I allowed you to say your name. Okay, let's read the text. See a number of them. Let's begin with this one. There's something exciting about the reported grilling of the chief of staff over the agency scandal, as long as he has not stepped aside to allow for impartial investigation. As long as he remains in the office, there is every tendency that he may distort the facts by influencing the probe. On the signing of 4-year single-term pact, Obi, I have no doubt that if given the opportunity by Nigerians, he will keep to the promise. That is your contribution. Thank you. Kidnapping school children, teachers, and releasing them, as claimed by the APC government, led by Tinubu, is a strategy for Tinubu to win the 2027 election. A big failure because Tinubu has spoilt the minds of people. Okay, the very day he said that subsidy was gone. Engineer Madisoki from Ruma Parale Akbo community. That's your contribution. Thank you, sir. Mazi Etiokwe. Good morning, please. Help me wish my boss of all bosses, Engineer Kingsley ON, founder, CEO, Exalted Eagles Technical Service Limited, a happy birthday. All right? So, happy birthday to you, sir. It's coming from Mazi Etiokwe. Eriokwe. Happy birthday, sir. To the founder, CEO, Exalted Eagles Technical Service Limited. Happy birthday, sir. I've done it. Good morning, Kelly and the gentleman in the studio. 4 police officers arrested for extorting 53,000. That story. This is quite unfortunate. In addition, laughable. Police officers on Abuja checking points cannot recognize ICPC chairman. Signifies the majority of Nigerian police officers are corrupt. In addition, getting out of hand. All right. Wanate Clinton West, your contribution. Ernest from Woji, the people that conducted the NBA election now in court should replace INEC with the next generation election so that they can show INEC how to do free and fair election. Ernest, your contribution. Thank God Ability Achubu, I read a message from you on Facebook. Those unsatisfied NBA members who lost out at the election should go to court and challenge the outcome. This is not APC and other party matter. This is not the regular politicians, but lawyers doing their thing. Hector, your contribution. Thank you. So which one would I read now? Is it the long one or the short one? On Alabo George and Namda's controversy, corruption as a way of ridiculing men, only that Nigeria has gone overboard in terms of shamelessness. Our country's administration is reeling in stench. The president should dance. Okay, Dr. Dennis Oyagwara. I think the part I could read, I've read it, rather than ignoring it completely. Petrol price and Nigerian government, Nigerians are yet to see the worst until 2027 comes to pass. Then we will see what we are getting ourselves into while pretending all is well. I pity us as Nigerians. Eric, that is your contribution. All right, I think I can do one more from here. The issue of George Kelly's resignation is neither here nor there. It's quite obvious that George Kelly didn't resign and yet came up for governorship screening and even primaries. The president fully knew that George Kelly didn't resign. In this country, we've seen many things happen without the president knowing. He didn't resign because in Nigeria, politicians are above the law of this country. Okay, Pastor Sunday from Rumugbo, you sent that contribution. Thank you. The very last one. Did I think I missed one. There's one I probably have missed. Okay. The judge passed the APC screening for the governorship election. We're playing with ourselves. Maxwell, your contribution. Gift Joseph. Lately, it seems like not the people we call president occupying that office from Buhari time till now, because the way they do things in this country is as if the presidents are not the ones in charge. or we are being ruled by uneducated people? If not, tell me how two individuals will be occupying the same office with the president's knowledge. We're in a mess. We're in a mess. Give Joseph. That is your contribution. Thank you. Good morning, Kelly. And the guest, Kelly George did resign, but sadly, he's a victim of political maneuvering by his political godfather. Let him shine his eyes and accept the obvious reality. Harry from GRA Port Harcourt. All right, those are the contributions we can take from there. Let me go to traditional SMS channel and read your messages. I think you have to drop all there are no messages. It looks like it's hanging. It's hanging. It's definitely hanging. Yeah, wait. Don't drop. I don't talk. What the wow. Okay. Austin George from Rumomoy. Very good morning, Kelly and the respected guests. Abuja High Court sentences 2 top terrorists to life imprisonment. It's a good one, but I hope it's not political. I also hope that they will not also be going to be released through the back door. All right, Austin. Thank you. How can you still be in office and honor invitation for a matter you are already accused of? Nigeria, my country. Recall Atiku accused Tinubu of interfering with NBA election, and this is the result. Mr. Dennis, thank you for your contribution. Thank God Ability Atrebu, thank you. Dante, please, Kelly, why is NBA election causing so much argument among the lawyers, including those in the studio, that supports every action of this federal? Okay, Dante, thank you so much. I bought 1,250 this morning. That's petrol. The government is a beneficiary of the situation. If not, why are they adamant? Would you? That's Mr. Dennis. The second time I'm missing it. Trust me, I won't miss it again, Mr. Dennis. Okay. Kelly, this is me speaking hypothetically. What if the choice of the incoming NBA president was not a popular one, which could also mean that she was imposed on the NBA by some unseen hand? Nonetheless, if the NBA that has projected itself as a legitimate police, or rather eagle eye over our national elections, could not be convincingly transparent in its own process, what then can be righteous? What then can the righteous do? The PFIC saga, CBN acknowledged opening an account, inactive though. How then was the agency accessing its illicit funds? Friday Olu from Uniport, that's a contribution. Thank you. All right, Kanu says, Alabo Kelly acted on the existing protocol. 2 persons are in the Senate today. After they failed in their party primaries, they went to their respective states and conducted their own primaries. After the exercise had been concluded and candidates emerged, Alabo could have such temerity to assert his authority without being prompted or backed by someone. These are moments of absurdity. Kanu, that's your contribution. Okay, I can do this one. It was Tinubu who introduced placeholder stuff recently. Could it be George Kelly kept a placeholder? All right, I've left it all. We have to go. I'd like to say thank you all for making the time to join us on the conversation today. Those that listened, contributed, we'll say thank you. Okay. Jesse Williams Esquire is a legal practitioner, chairman Rivers Link. He left already. Chief Asim Adams Esquire, legal practitioner and co-convener, Access to Justice, Port Harcourt. Chief, thank you.
Thank you, Kelly, for inviting me. It's a great day with you.
Dr. Richard Waigwe, Executive Director, Citizens Leadership and Rural Development Initiative, CLADI. Doctor, thank you.
Chief Kelly, thank you, sir.
And Mr. Emmanuel Indekwe, who's our in-house analyst. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Kelly. Thank you, Nigerians.
All right, that's our show, everyone, for today. Tomorrow is another day. Some of the issues we couldn't touch today, we'll look at the developments and maybe we'll talk about them tomorrow. Kelly Kimenjima is my name. Hola.
Today FM. Today FM 95.1. Today FM 95.1 Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. Rise and shine, it's a brand new day. Today this station leading the way. Breaking news, sports and talk. keeping every heartbeat on the clock. From Port Harcourt to the world we go, sharing every story you should know. Your voice, your people, your destination. We're not just a station. Today, FM 95.1, voice of the people, number one. News and sports, talk all day, keeping rivers on the way. Not just a station, we are the station.
Because we matter.
I'll be on Greatness. I've never seen a girl.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Voice of the people. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM.
Get ready to turn up the volume and dive into the heartbeat of entertainment. From the hottest celebrity gist to trending music, movie buzz, viral moments, and behind-the-scenes drama. This is where the fun never stops. Tuning to Entertainment Today, only on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, your station for pure entertainment. Weekdays, 11:30 a.m. Entertainment Today, where your favorite stars and stories come alive.
It's been wonderful watching you. It's been wonderful watching you grow up, and you have just blossomed, turned into this fabulous actress. Girl, yes, you need to know. You need to know.
I would be crying if I wasn't pregnant right now.
Well, but it's something you need to know and remember.
I don't know.
Chaos in the ring. Chaos in the ring. We're going to watch you boxing. We're going to see you with Charles Okocho, and we wish you all the best. So
of course, that's Portable being Portable as usual. Yes, for those of you who do not understand Yoruba, well, basically he was being asked if Tinubu had given him money, and he said no. Shey Tinubu, no, but those around them had given him money a time or two. He also said, well, he doesn't have any problems with anybody. When she asked him, would you like to reconcile with people, and he said, I don't have any problem with anybody. And then he said, ask me about Nigeria. Nigeria is a farmer that's eating bad things. Apparently, what's his face? Portable wants to start talking serious things like politics. Imagine.
Anyway, he explains, and actually Chris comes in and tells me that it's because the light is coming in right. It's just crazy that every person on the set was so knowledgeable and was so ready to make this kind of a movie that there was no dull moment. It was all amazing. It felt like we were lucky to be there every second of the day.
All right, so that's the lady from Odyssey, right?
Yes, she's Oppenheimer, Florence Pugh, revealing that the camera broke during her and Cillian Murphy's intimate scene in Oppenheimer. That's Christopher Nolan's film. This, the interesting thing is...
It just goes to show what, actors and actresses go through to make us feel the moment. Have you seen Oppenheimer by any chance?
No, I haven't.
Oh, my word. Christopher Nolan did amazing in that movie.
Christopher Nolan would always be Christopher Nolan. So the thing is, like you said, what actors go through, the fact that you just had to, just had to freeze at that moment, because I was listening to, what's her name, Nabimbo Ademoyo, talking about losing about 12 episodes of her film, and how they had to reshoot the film. So if the camera broke, and then that was the challenge. They had to just stay in that position so they could capture the moment. Because I'm imagining that if that was scattered, they had to start shooting all over again. Probably that scene, do it all over again. But it was it would be a fun moment. I mean, giving a hug to
Not
your...
a fun moment. Talk about awkward with a capital A.
Depending.
I'm sitting on your private bit, even though something is in between us.
It could be fun. It depends on how you take it. It depends on how it could be fun for some people. It could be
it was
weird,
Idris
fun,
Elba. All right. Idris
fun,
Elba,
weird. So you could choose who it would be fun with.
Yeah, Idris.
Right. We didn't know if it was fun
Michael B.
for
Jordan.
her.
Why not? Yeah.
Okay. But if it was any other person,
like Frederick Leonard, no. Anyway, moving on. World Cup commentator. He made a really big faux pas. Pharrell, aka ASAP, I'm lost. So a BBC commentator was anything but happy with his celebrity identification skills during the World Cup final, mistaking Pharrell for ASAP Rocky, and somehow bungling Rocky's name in the process. The hilarious flub came about 15 minutes into Sunday's showdown between Spain and Argentina, when cameras cut to Pharrell sitting in the stands at MetLife Stadium. BBC play-by-play man Guy Mowbray took a crack at identifying him, saying, "I think that's AKA Rocky," before quickly correcting himself, "Oh, ASAP Rocky, sorry." Either way, he was dead wrong.
I mean, these things happen. I see some sort of resemblance, right?
You do know ASAP Rocky is married to Rihanna.
Yes,
there's no way.
No, I see some sort of resemblance. Even the picture, the video, right?
Okay.
The side face and all, just a slight, and in the spur of that moment, and then that could just have two-piece suit, and then it had stripes behind with colors from the American flag, right from the top of her neck, her spine down to her waist. So it was a beautiful outfit, and of course an amazing performance that she did there at the FIFA World Cup.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take you into the world of Maduka Okoye. Oh yeah, I wouldn't mind having an awkward moment with Maduka as well. But I hear Cardi B bring me to it. Oh no. So anyway.
But do you think these are just speculations? I mean, people could be seen around here and there. It's just like when you say friend, my friend,
excuse me,
this is my guy.
Are you new here?
This is my...
Are you new here?
People could just be friends. Friends
hanging out always.
Yeah,
they see you here, they see you here, they see you everywhere.
It happens.
All right,
so let's wait for them to officially tell us something, but they may not.
Well,
right, so people
while
could just keep
we
speculating.
wait, according to Queen's optimism, here's the story. Deadbeat dad. Maduka Okoye's ex-lover alleges neglect after his outing with Cardi B. Jessica Westhoff, the former partner of Maduka Okoye, has called out the Super Eagles goalkeeper on social media following rumors that he is dating American rapper Cardi B. The speculation began after Okoye, 26, and Cardi B, 33, were seen together at Paris Fashion Week in France, where the goalkeeper was spotted assisting the rapper to her seat. More recently, the pair were photographed dining with friends at Gio's restaurant inside the St. Regis Hotel in Venice, Italy, and were reportedly watching a fireworks display with the same group. In an Instagram post on Monday, the Dutch model, who shares a son, Emiliano Isaiah, with Okoye, accused the footballer of being an absentee father. All right, so here's what she had to say. She reposted videos with captions that read, "Never force a man to be involved with his children," and "No respect for a deadbeat." In a since deleted Instagram post, the model claimed she had previously concealed details of their personal disputes to protect his career. "Imagine I shut my bleeping mouth, lied about what you did to me so you could continue your career, and all you do is embarrassing us," Westhoff wrote, according to screenshots circulating online. I really don't like this. I don't know if he's a deadbeat dad, but you know what? Washing your dirty linen in public, though sensational for us, but come on.
I mean, it's a little normal for a woman who sees her man or former man with another woman and is speculating that it could be, or suspects that they could have something. And then if you look at that man, she's alleging all of this and saying all of this. You look at that man and you think he's not doing well enough. It's just only convenient, depending on how you like to fight, for her to come online and say all the things that she's saying. But I don't know why a Maduka Okoye, that's the question a lot of people be asking, would not do exactly what he's supposed to do as a father, right? But
because he has the money.
Exactly. I mean, we're talking about Maduka Okoye here. So if the money obviously the money is there. So what is the challenge with playing father and playing it well? But some people may also say, well, this is the lady just crying foul, because sometimes you see these things as people wanting to come drag these people, because when a partner or former partner is moving on and you haven't,
you haven't moved on,
you find a way to paint them black.
But you know
right?
what? Come on,
it happens
maturity.
too. It
You know what?
happens. You just find a way to
Fight
paint
it
them
with the
black.
blood of Jesus. Fight it, because you come off looking funny to the public. They're like, oh, the hurt one, she's playing victim, all of that. You know what? Just keep it moving, darling.
The thing is, people underestimate what hurt can do to people, especially emotional hurt. It can make people do like the craziest things in the world. Especially they'll drag you. We see these things play out online. Oh, he's left me. He's not a good father. Or people go their separate ways, and one person is coming and shouting, and you ask yourself, wait, these people really loved each other. They were once in love. How do they come talking ill of each other? But if it's what it really is, then Madukoke should live up to his responsibilities.
Well, that will be for court to decide if she takes him to court, because allegations with a capital A. Anyway, remember, you can send your thoughts across on Facebook. We have a post running Today 95.1 FM. That's Today 95.1 FM on Facebook. And you can also send text messages. We'll check 0701 9339 962. 0701 9339 962. What's his face is in the news. Don Jazzy. Don Jazzy has something to say about Eminado.
Take a listen to him.
Was actually originally for Dr. C. A song like Eminado now was actually originally for Dr. C.
Oh, wow.
Yes. So, the song originally was for Dr. C. How was it before? Dr. C had just lost his father then. Obviously we finished doing the burial and things, so I was in the studio. I was trying to work on something for him. The song was like a record to console him. So the beginning of the song was something like, I don't want to hear nobody should tell me So I don't want to hear 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 for my life. Oh. So what do you want from the bank? Yes, so that's when. So I'm like, I don't want to hear. I don't want you to tell me. So I asked her, what do you want from the bank? Don't tell me. What do you want from the bank? I'm just coming from the bank, and I have money to throw away. You understand? Before going to. So it was from the. So everybody away from that point. Now it was on rocking my body. I'm like, okay, now it doesn't go with the exercise anymore. So yeah, at that point then, that's why I switched it to this. So that intro. I don't want and the intro was the idea before, and I switched it to Eminado for Tiwa, and then it worked perfectly.
I now want you to just paint for me, right, in 2 minutes, what's the...
All right, that was Don Jazzy. He sat with the host of the Creator Room, I think Salem, and his co-host talking about. It was a long. I think I watched that interview on YouTube. It was a long interview talking about his creative process, maybe his artist and everything that he does. And I think Tiwa Savage did a great. She did really good. I still remember the videos of the colorful glasses from the video.
Can you not see that? I, who is not so great in some Nigerian songs, actually,
that's the part a lot of people know. But I still remember the video, and I mean, Tiwa Savage should be rocking your body than a doctor. Sid. I mean, imagine Dr. Sid rocking your body.
No, please don't. Please don't. Unless you're medical queen. Then okay, please do. And then we'll take a short music break, and then when we come back, some more entertainment today with John Wilson,
Queen Chima.
All right.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
My papa, don't give another woman belly.
papa don't score goal outside. My papa too broke for this kind life, but in the brag say him a sharp guy. My papa excuse na polygamy.
What's that his name now? K Songs with Impegami. Yeah, hopefully none of us has a father that is an impegamist. You know, I love how original he came up with he goats and gammy to give us that
give us a word.
Give us what we've never heard. Yeah. So now
it sounds like the kind of word. It sounds like a kind of word that you use conveniently.
Not in pay as in he got now, but you are an impegamist.
It sounds like a word that I'll be expecting from you very soon.
Oh, don't you worry.
But I know it's not going to be on the. Would you say it on the radio? Okay.
Excuse me. I just did. Impegamist. You are an impegamist. Are you an impegamist? Anyway, let's get back into the conversations. Yeah, you did hear earlier on. We played the clip where what's his face Portable was is in the news talking about Nigeria and saying, I like let him move away from politics, but I like what he says. If you hope to win a Grammy, you have to feature him. So Portable is now the jazz.
I mean, we're talking about someone who did a standout collaboration,
Yes.
the hit track Tony Montana alongside British Nigerian rapper Skepta. We're talking about someone.
Excuse me. Are you actually hyping
let me finish my hype, please. Please let me
Jesus.
finish my hype.
All right.
We're talking
Hype
about
away.
someone who Rick Ross had showed an interest, saying that, well, I think I'd like to do something with Portable. We're talking about someone who Trippie Redd had also put out on his Instagram, said, I think I'd like to do something with Portable. I mean, is this not bragging right enough? Feature
Excuse me.
and you win the Grammy.
I rather feature Pella.
Feature me and you win the Grammys.
Pella seems to be on fire this month.
Yeah.
So he was on I think a podcast with Daddy
Bunch,
Freeze,
yeah,
right?
Honest Bunch podcast.
Yeah, and he had so much to say. In fact, let's play the one where he talks about school. I never thought I'd live to see the day Pella school in the same sentence.
Yes.
But
yes.
anyway, yeah, he gave some amazing insight into school. Let's listen to that.
No, they bring money. School call that one they bring money.
You know, say school. School is good. It's good to go to school. Me, I love school. Everybody we no love school, we no love her. Anybody we love her, may he love her. They no force anybody to go to school. My papa no force me to go to school. But my papa now I go to private school. My secondary school now private. They pay 300,000 naira, 400,000 naira for where and my daddy dey pay am. So today now why I see the respect her. If my mom is other will say, give me come, hey your daddy help me to take care of. But I would tell her no, say school fees he pay. That one alone go a long way. People they say now you are just watching my papa do for me, now school fees. That school fees I put down for year for her. Say okay, you go chop if I make a good chop inside. No word. So school now people choice. Me now when we go to school, finish secondary school. If I still go university, you
won't go.
Yeah, I go.
When?
They just say age no stop school. I can go anytime I want to go. I can now. The day I go to Sheffield, place
they give you scholarship now.
The day I go to Sheffield, he say you want to for me my own wedding something. Is say wedding. Say I will go make me go school. Say he go pay for all my school. Then I wedding something. I laugh. People do not know that. I don't want to say if I'm studying now, nobody will know.
Actually,
I will not tell you anything.
Actually,
I can tomorrow. I can just post. I can wear graduate something. I post it. Everybody, yeah. When did he go school? Yeah, what? You like post? Say I didn't go school.
But
No.
students no go see you. Students
No. Now if you know go better school. If you they go all these grammar school. No, if you go to private school, now your private they are in this Lagos. Do you know that there is a school where they say that they pay 10 million naira? No be say sure I making you. What be say you now private thing. I can't even carry camera and put it in any student's face. They will sue you and you must pay. It's law. Now school, now private something. No, anybody is not hungry in that place. So I can be going there and you will not see anything like you will not know anything online. So it don't concern anybody.
Please show us when you're going to school. Show us, we want to see. You show us weddings, you show us engagements, you show us you're driving, you show us you spend time with your partner.
Yes.
Show us when you're going to school.
Yeah, we need to
Don't
see.
just
We
tell
need to
us
see.
you could go through it and then you come back and wear something, wear whatever.
But
And then
it's a good thing he's done.
Yeah.
Because now that school, now scam thing, hopefully will die.
Yeah.
If Pella is talking about school in such positive light. But let's move on to negative things that Pella had to talk about.
Yeah, he said that his parents never got married and he wants to break that cycle. I want to relocate to the UK or Canada soon because I don't want a situation where my family won't be able to attend my wedding. Take a listen to him.
Girls, I want to get married. My parents did not get married at the bonus. But I say I will break the.
You break the course.
I will break that course.
Same with me.
Me, I must do marriage.
But what did they say?
And them too, they will see how marriage always be. They will come and attend. It's a good. Until when my mommy turned to 60 years, working with stick to marriage, No. At this young time, we be saying she fee dance for the wedding. She fee. Where you go there? So,
Yeah, so what did they say? What was their
what
reaction?
did they say? When I tell them, it was like joke. You know, take it serious.
Yeah, everybody took it.
You know, take it serious. And I tell her, I want to marry her. I love her. Because, okay, example now, I can relocate anytime. I'm having it in mind. It can be US or Canada. So, if we are there and we want to do our wedding, many people no go even come. And we don't lose many people, say we contact at beginning, we don't go come the wedding. Even ourselves, if you no come. Because it don't happen to one of our family person before we say picking do wedding for London, for America. But the mama no go. Yeah. The mama can watch from video call. That one no good something. But me, I want to they say, hey, you know I'm married big. All those one. Now, even what I want perform, what if our marriage won't be? If I marry for 30 years old, that's where I won't perform. Now I will still perform now. If you are thinking anything will change me from, okay, if I go and get married at the age of 30 something, say, hey, you'll have been matured there. Bro, now lie. Tell me I'm matured. If I dare at home alone, I can pray. I can sit at home, write something down. What next? I put everything down. The only thing I come to people face to do is the character. Shout. See, you know, if you see me like this, are you sad? What happened? And I'm not sad. I'm thinking of next thing to bring money. I know the. If it comes to her, as I think for myself, I'm thinking for her. I know they think for myself alone. You get one time which I write content, what I want to do for live stream for myself, and as I write my own, I write my baby even. For once, I see it in my phone. I swear to God. So
all right.
So Pella seems to, well, I don't know yet, it's still early days, but Pella seems to have a good head on his shoulders concerning marriage and breaking curses. And we had the same question running on Facebook, and some of you decided to weigh in. The question was, if you could break one family pattern and never pass it on to the next generation, what would it be? Okay, and Chidiadi Matthias, you say, good morning, Today FM. My name is Priceless Texting from Port Harcourt. If I'm to break one family pattern and never pass it on to the next generation, it has to be poverty. Amen. I won't allow my children to suffer what I suffered growing up. And let the church say, amen. We second that prayer for you. Of course, Mpoy Kanke Ernest. We told you to talk about curses. And rather you're talking about Queen Chima. All right, we'll give it to you. Queen Chima fine like this. Yes. Queen Chima fine like that. All right.
But then he said that they said they cannot cheat on each other because they swore an oath. That's Pella and Jarvis.
I don't know if we can quickly get into that.
Oath, though. Okay, let's take it.
Jarvis,
make I ask you direct. Has he cheated on you before?
Hey, don't happen. No.
Pella, why would shit on him?
Say God. I love you, shit God. I love you. I won't give you one.
If you cheat, you die.
You say if you do it.
If you cheat, you die. It's the rule of the
That is the reason.
You should say that. Oh, you will die. Now you will die.
Describe the kind of die that you will die. No.
Things will go over for the person. Everything will crumble. Because you're in a commitment. And the fact that we pray together.
We commit our heart to Jesus.
We pray together. God is involved. And you now go and do it. Check God will be looking at you. I will swear for you, God.
What if he asks God for forgiveness? Our God is not forgiving God. But are you sure two of you have not done? No. Can we tell him say we do am? You know. He does say no. Who won't do am for now? Not of them with no. Wait. Spell go cut her with knife.
Come on, boy, Jerry.
You say you tell her say make una do. No. I see it on TikTok. Say okay, we do am. Nothing they say if they do am. Say they no. Say if anybody.
Don't see everything on TikTok and go and blood covered.
Exactly. That's very dangerous.
So everything you see on social media, some of these things are just staged, right? To get the numbers,
the oath and stuff.
Yeah, some of these things are. It's not everything you see on social media that's real. I mean, I think I've heard stories about people going into oath or something, so they don't leave each other. They do what they cut themselves or whatever. But that's. I mean, there are certain things you just think from your normal common sense, and you're asking yourself, is this necessary?
Is
it a necessary thing to do?
There is that,
because maybe you should let people live out whatever they want to. Get married to someone, and if the person wakes up one day and cheats, let the person cheat.
Ladies and gentlemen, because I don't really support Queen.
No, I'm not saying, because I'm saying that you cannot. I'm saying you cannot tie a rope to someone's waist and drag the person or control
but there are people
the person.
Who you cheat on them and funky stuff starts happening.
Well,
so really don't.
Because just let people live out whatever, right? You can't control everything. Do your best. Love the person. Do your best. Person wakes up tomorrow and cheats. If you want to forgive the person, forgive. If you say you cannot take it, it's a deal breaker. The deal breaks.
All right. Just be careful because
but don't cheat on your partners.
Bigamist. See, I found it
don't cheat on your partners. Thank you so much for tuning in to Entertainment Today on Today 95.1 FM. I hope you had a great time with us.
Sure
I'm Queen Chima.
And I'm Don Wilson. Up next is the news at 12. And of course, every other conversation you've come to know and love Today 95.4.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Good afternoon. This is the World News on your premium talk radio Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Dawn Wilson. Today in the headlines, APC chieftain urges ADC presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar to step down ahead of 2027. Rivers Deputy Governor Lord's task force over drive to strengthen service delivery. And on the foreign scene, UK Prime Minister launches cabinet restructure and immediate power tax cut ahead of first official meeting. Now the details. Stay with us. Welcome back. A chieftain of the All Progressives Congress, Osita Okechukwu, has urged African Democratic Congress, ADC, presidential candidate Atiku Abubakar to step down from the 2027 race and play the role of a statesman. Speaking in an interview, Okechukwu said Atiku's decision to contest the 2023 People's Democratic Party's PDP ticket against the party's zoning arrangement caused lasting damage to both the PDP and Nigeria's democracy. According to him, Atiku's emergence as PDP candidate in 2022, despite calls to zone the ticket to the south after Buhari's tenure, triggered the crisis that led to the G5 governors' rebellion. Okechukwu argued that if Atiku had allowed a southerner to run, the PDP would have remained stronger even if it lost the election, instead of facing the internal collapse it is dealing with currently. The APC chieftain said he has great respect for Atiku, but appealed to him to put national interest above personal ambition, maintaining that it is not too late for Atiku to become a statesman. The vice presidential candidate for the Nigeria Democratic Congress NDC, Dr. Rabiu Kwankwaso, has confirmed that presidential candidate Pt2 signed a written agreement to serve only a single 4-year term if elected in 2027. The arrangement includes separate documents signed by both the candidates and the party. Fostered through empathetic leadership is essential for ensuring public safety, and extended his gratitude to President Bola Tinubu for his ongoing commitment to the Nigeria Police Force. Following a federal high court judgment in Lagos, the Association of Licensed Telecommunications Operators of Nigeria has urged the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, and the Nigerian Communications Commission, NCC, to establish a clear coordinated framework for regulating airtime and data credit services. In a statement, the chairman of the association, Gbenga Adebayo, affirmed that the FCCPC's consumer protection powers coexist with the NCC's exclusive technical and licensing authority, emphasizing that the regulators must now define how they will work together. Adebayo noted that a previous enforcement directive had suspended airtime credit services for 3 months earlier this year, disrupting access for the 40 million Nigerians who rely on them. He therefore called on both agencies to engage in formal stakeholder consultations before taking any enforcement actions. The Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, has renewed its commitment to rolling out the long-anticipated regional currency, the ECO, by 2027. The move aims to drive deeper economic integration, boost cross-border trade, and foster sustainable growth throughout West Africa. In a communique issued on Tuesday, ECOWAS leaders noted that regional economies have stayed resilient against global pressures, forecasting a favorable economic climate for 2026. They credited this positive outlook to dropping inflation, reduced public debt ratios, and growing current account surpluses, while acknowledging that fiscal deficits remain an ongoing area of concern. According to the official statement, only member states meeting the mandatory convergence requirements will initially adopt the ECO currency, while those that lag behind will receive support to help them join at a later phase. Meanwhile, the leadership welcomed the registration of the ECO name with the African Intellectual Property Organization and directed the Commission to secure international trademark rights. The authority therefore reaffirmed its commitment to the ECOWAS Protocol on free movement of persons, right of residence and establishment, and stressed the critical need to maintain regional mobility, boost cross-border trade, and deepen economic cooperation. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news and foreign stories. Stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. A Niger Delta-based environmental activist, Ann Q. Briggs, says Rivers people are at the receiving end of all the political crisis between Governor Siminalayi Fubara and State House of Assembly members loyal to the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. Briggs, who was reacting to claims from some quarters that Governor Fubara is not in charge of the governance of Rivers State, said considering what transpired in Rivers State from October 2023 till date, the governor should not be blamed for the underdevelopment. The elder state woman blamed the State House of Assembly members who she accused of working for their interests rather than the development of the state. Ann Q. Briggs also questioned where people expect the governor to get funds to run the state when assembly members were avoiding receiving budget, and now that they have received the budget, there is reluctance in the passage.
Since October 2023, and if you look at everything that Rivers people and the governor have been through, you don't need to be told by anybody else that it has been made very difficult. His position as a governor has been made very difficult for him to function very well. So if the state assembly member are the same people that will say he has not presented budget, then when he wants to present budget, they will close their doors. They won't allow him to present budget. So if they don't let him present budget, how do they now expect him to have money to work since the budget has not been approved? The state assembly people that have made governance difficult for him to perform for the people.
Ann Q. Briggs accused the FCT minister of driving poor governance in Rivers State, noting that if the minister had faced the same level of distraction that he and his loyalists have inflicted on the governor, he would not have achieved in his entire 8 years in office what Fubara has accomplished in just 3 years.
They have decided that he's not going to run as governor. And I don't blame him if he says he's not going to run again. How many people can put up with what Fubara has put up with in the last 3 years? How many people? Did anybody worry Wicked like this when he's worrying Fubara? Nobody worries him like that now. So why then are we the blame going to Fubara if they decide that they put Fubara there and they don't want him again? Well, it's Rivers people that are suffering. That's all I know.
Rivers State Deputy Governor and Chairman of the State Task Force on Primary Healthcare, Professor Ngozi Odu, has commended members of the task force on primary healthcare for their commitment to strengthening primary healthcare delivery across the state. Professor Odu made the commendation during the 2026 second quarter review meeting of the task force at the Government House in Port Harcourt, where she described their performance over the past 3 years as progressive and encouraging. Professor Odu said the task force had continued to record significant improvements through teamwork, healthy competition, and dedication to service, noting that every member of the task force was striving to improve on previous performances, a development she said was driving better outcomes in the state's primary healthcare system. The chairman urged participants to make the review meeting concise and result-oriented by limiting presentations to key achievements, identified challenges, and practical recommendations for addressing them. According to her, shorter, more focused deliberations would allow the task force to devote more time to implementing solutions that improve healthcare services across the state, just as she also praised the executive secretary of the Rivers State Primary Healthcare Management Board, Dr. Chitru Adele, for providing effective leadership and ensuring smooth coordination of both administrative activities and field operations.
Especially from the because I've been also knowing that I've been on the tools, ensuring things go smoothly, both the administration and the field work, the health centers and all the rest of it. I can feel that actually from the people in the field, and that's what it should be. I want to say that generally I've been here now with you for 3 years, so I can really tell the trajectory, what the graph is actually going on, which is good.
Meanwhile, the acting vice-chancellor of Ignatius Ajuru University of Education, Professor Okechukwu Onuchukwu, has stressed the importance of history as a catalyst for national development of the country. Professor Onuchukwu dropped the hint while declaring open the second national conference organized by the Departments of History and Diplomatic Studies and Peace and Conflict Resolution Studies, Faculty of Humanities, held at Postgraduate Hall of the University. Represented by former Dean of the Faculty, Professor Kingdom Orji, the Vice-Chancellor said Nigeria had track records of harmonious, peaceful coexistence before the advent of colonialism, stressing that globalization should rather be a source of development through diversification of the economy.
The nation, Nigeria, we cannot do without history. We must have peace, security, built on history. We are here today because we don't have pictures of history. What the government has done to call our attention, go back to how we were in colonial time, how we had a stable economy, diversified economy. We also had coherence. There was good neighborliness. People said they have one Nigeria. For the amalgamation now, we started falling apart. Even though we can forge ahead by building the nation through historical means.
In her remarks, the Dean, Faculty of Humanities, Professor Ibiere Ken Maduako, noted that the conference was put together to review our collective existence as a people and urged participants to go home with knowledge acquired at the conference so as to promote national interest.
The aim of this conference is that it's a kind of culture in the university and that brings scholars, professionals together to discuss on national issues that will help for the national development. And in respect to the theme of our conference this year, historical legacy, peaceful coexistence, and sustainable development in Nigeria since the pre-colonial times. You see, scholars view it in 3 dimensions, 3 areas: pre-colonial, colonial period, and post-colonial. If you look at the pre-colonial times of Nigeria, it was a period when indigenous societies, you may call it empire, had the indigenous cultures and practices. Cultures and practices. Society, community had harmonious relationship.
Today FM's correspondent Magnus Wanwa reports that the conference with theme Historical Legacies, Peaceful Coexistence and Sustainable Development in Nigeria since the pre-colonial times featured paper presentations by renowned scholars. The Bielsa State Chapter of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has expressed condolences to its vice presidential candidate, Rotimi Amechi, following the death of his mother, Dame Mary Odwa Amechi. The State Working Committee noted that Dame Amechi died at the age of 89 and that the news of her passing has drawn tributes from political leaders and associates across the country. In a statement issued on behalf of the party's interim executive committee and the entire membership of ADC Bielsa State leader, Captain Matthew Karimo, retired, described the death as a profound loss to the Amechi family, the Catholic community, and the people of Ubima in Ikwere local government area of Rivers State. Captain Karimo said the late matriarch played a significant role in shaping the values and character of her children, noting that her contributions to national development were evident through her son, the former Rivers State governor and Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi. Karimo urged Amechi and his family to find strength in God during the period of heard that UK Prime Minister has launched a cabinet restructure and immediate power tax cut ahead of his first official meeting. That was the news as edited by Esose Onabu. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Don Wilson. Thank you for listening. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Say no to the ordinary. Embrace the extraordinary, because we are the voice of the people. Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM.
Today is business. Today is a new trend for your businesses. We give you all the information you need to grow your business, new ideas and innovations that keep you earning more and staying relevant.
Every day, we engage in business, buying and selling, trading, and exchanging of services as individuals or as a country. Money goes round, it goes up and down. But have you ever wondered what business is all about? And have you ever wondered how you can stand out in your business?
Today FM has got you covered every Wednesday between the hours of 1 p.m. to 2 p.m.
Learn all you need from professionals on how the country runs its business affairs and how you can be an outstanding entrepreneur and grow your business.
Business Today.
It all begins with breaking news.
Now make no mistake, this is a difficult mission, and it will remain difficult for some time.
Then it keeps trending. Events, issues, personalities, all struggling to gain attention. But in the race for deadlines, the intrigues, power play on the currents are often missed or underreported.
Insecurity here is basically a product of poverty.
But not anymore. As the platform on radio steps in to fill the missing links on events, issues, and personalities in the news.
I'm not afraid of anybody.
Yeah! The platform on radio serves only the hottest topics and trending issues. Only on Today 95.1 FM. 95.1 FM. Port Harcourt.
Weekdays, 4 p.m.
Get on the platform on radio and be served.
Time for us to take you through the stories from the newspapers. It's the newspaper review segment on Today's Quest, Today 95.1 FM.
Catch all the latest and trending sports stories on Sports Attack on your premium talk, news, and sports radio station.
6:30 a.m.
every weekday.
Has stolen it at the death!
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's take you into a realm, another dimension, a reality of higher intelligence, discovery, and quantum possibility. Tune in every Monday, 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on this station and be part of this journey as we address issues that relate to you and your tech life. It is Today's Tech Show on your premium talk, news, and sports station. Today, 95.1 FM.
Please listen to this infomercial.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Countryman, correct, holistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas, have been boundary. Sickness self, sabi medicine, will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International will use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ubaruba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts, and at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at the venue at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. On today's edition of the program, our topic for discussion is staphylococcal infection. And I have with me in the studio, Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Staphylococcal infections do occur in the body system as a result of invasion of Staphylococcus bacteria into the body system. Staphylococcal bacteria are of three different important ones. There is Staphylococcus saprophyticus, there is Staphylococcus aureus, and Staphylococcus epidermidis. Staphylococcus epidermidis is seen on body layers, that is on the skin. It doesn't cause any challenge if immunity is not compromised. But if immunity is compromised, it can result to skin challenges like boils, blisters, and other problems. Staphylococcus saprophyticus can be found easily in the alimentary canal. But if there is no challenge or immunity being compromised, it can live with the body system without causing any problem. The last one, which do attack the body system of human beings, is Staphylococcus aureus. When Staphylococcus aureus is allowed to thrive, whether as a result of immunity being compromised, definitely it is possible for it to pose a serious challenge to the body system. Many things can lower the immunity, part of which can be infections that have stayed too long in the body system, can also lower body's immunity. Malnutrition can lower body's immunity, and at times stress, starvation, and other things can make immunity to become very lowered to the extent that organisms that are able to live in the body system without causing any challenge will now start posing challenge to the body system. Don't forget that drug abuse also have a lot to play under this condition. And when staphylococcal infections are able to thrive in the body system, there can be burning sensation that will be seen as internal heat. There can be serious night sweat that can start draining the body system, and you discover that you start emaciating, you start losing weight. It is possible as you have lost volumes of water to affect the blood volume. As a man, the ability of a man to satisfy his woman will disappear from that. When infections are able to thrive in the body system, nerves can be damaged. And when they are damaged, there can be loss of desire for opposite sex in a man that we call poor libido. Under that condition, definitely inability of a man to satisfy his partner has entered. Not only this, when staphylococcal infections are able to stay in the body system for longer period of time, they tend to open window for other infections to thrive as immunity is lowered. And that is why it is possible for one to have repeated boils. It is possible for one to have pimple-like eruptions. Some can even have boils all over the body from the head to toe as a result of manifestations that they get from lowered immunity. And that's why we do tell us that whenever we experience anything that are similar to this, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. And that's why we're saying that in the face of challenges that have to do with staphylococcal infection, it is very important for one to avoid self-medication. Ensure that you are being monitored and given directives to get out of the challenge early enough. As staphylococcal infections can pose challenges in men, the same challenges can be witnessed in women, part of which can be burning sensation or movement in the body system, and a situation where one will start losing water, leading to loss of weight. In fact, if any infection is able to thrive very well in the body system, the whole immunity can be affected. Hormonal system can also change, leading to serious challenges that can even lead to infertility, whether primary or secondary, in women, as the case may be. If one is faced with anything related to what we have mentioned or other things, it is very important for one to visit a competent healthcare giver who will be able to evaluate one on the root cause of the challenge and way out to be totally free. Having all these challenges is not the end of the road. For further inquiries, the number you can call is 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. At number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Kokoroko, for herbal medicine, when they produce strong, correct medicine, they take it, they support with country healthcare system. Quatliman, correct, bakelistic, ogbonge herbal medicine, they know they come out for public anyhow, like a big basket. Full ground, as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now, because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become ubarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now we
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. Number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Live your truth. Express your love. Share your enthusiasm. Take actions towards your dreams. Talk your talk. And walk your walk.
It was years ago. There's a statute of limitation on this stuff.
Make today worth remembering as we discuss issues as it affects Nigeria moving forward. Talk that talk.
Weekdays, 2 p.m.
Exclusively on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. Education never ends, and we believe it starts even way earlier than most of us think. On Andre Gorgie, every Tuesday, 1 to 2 p.m., we unravel these various building blocks and its challenges that make you and I better versions of ourselves. Andre Gorgie on Today 95.1 FM.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, this is Today 95.1 FM.
radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
xenophobic violence. Nigeria and Ghana talked this one during the 69th ECOWAS Mid-Year Summit, we hold for Freetown, Sierra Leone, over the weekend. Ghanaian President John Mahama and Nigerian Vice President Kashim Shettima, who will represent President Bola Tinubu, discussed the recent attacks on African migrants for South Africa and what the xenophobic violence mean for the unity of Africa during the meeting. Shettima make him stand say it is intolerable for South Africa to treat other African countries like this because it no make sense at all. And make they remember say the freedom where they enjoy now as a result of the effort and sacrifices of other African countries. Meanwhile, President John Mahama talk say them achieve African unity through solidarity across borders and ask leaders make them no allow that proud legacy to day shaken because of the intolerance and action of small minority. West African leaders also talk about how them go step up together to take action against insecurity, unconstitutional governance and implementation of policies that will contribute to the economic progress of the region. Senegalese President Diomaye Faye will be the youngest president for West Africa. He become the new president of the ECOWAS and Naim be the first representative from his country. For more story on this, enter bbcnewspidgin.com and follow us for all our social media platforms, including our TikTok and WhatsApp channel.
That's not the breakdown
from BBC Pidgin.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.